Chapter 1 Full level at the start. AIG 737. 7th Universe, Planet Vegeta. As the sun sets, Roger looks up at the red sky, lost in silence. Roger, you are too careless. Behind him, the little Prince Vegeta, who was only 5 years old, laughed wildly. Vegeta is wearing battle armor, a red cloak swaying in the wind, and a fluffy tail rippling behind him. Afterburner! Vegeta yelled, and the flames of energy appeared in his hand. The flame of energy whizzed in Roger's direction, with endless aura. Roger turned sideways slightly. Call out! The afterburner grazed Roger's body. Vegeta took the opportunity to rush to kill. Boom! Roger slapped it. With a muffled noise, Vegeta was photographed directly into the ground, revealing only half of his head. Damn it! Vegeta barked his teeth and crawled out embarrassedly from the ground, patted the dust on his body, panting heavily. Roger ignored it, still looking up at the sky. Hey, Roger, one day, my Vegeta will defeat you. Vegeta clenched his fists, his body trembling slightly. Don't target me. Roger glanced at Vegeta. Vegeta froze for a moment, as if asking why. You will be desperate. Roger said. Vegeta stopped speaking, feeling 10,000 points of damage. There was a moment of silence. Hey, Roger, how did you practice? Vegeta looked up at Roger and asked curiously. Roger still looked up at the sky, ignoring Vegeta. Roger, when I become the king of planet Vegeta, I will make you a general of Sion, under one person, above 10,000 people. There must be more scenery and scenery. Vegeta's immature face is a little bit expectant. Also yes, how do I feel that my fighting power has surpassed my father? Read more at fictionzone.net. Roger didn't say a word, with a small sigh in his heart. Even, there is a little helplessness. 2 years. There are still 9,800 points of Angel's power. When will it be consumed? No one at this speed. In addition. Soon. Less than 23 hours. This planet will be destroyed. The planet and everyone on the planet will become the dust of the universe. Yes, Roger crossed. Roger did not cross into Sion or a human with the power of gods of destruction, but crossed into a divine fruit on the angel tree. Shenguo didn't know how long it was conceived. I am afraid that it has been 100,000 years, and it is long enough for Roger to forget his past life. Roger was finally born, whose name was Roger. Roger originally thought that his name would pass through to One Piece. Roger is a little angel. Angel grows fast after birth, and can reach adulthood in a blink of an eye. I already knew that when Roger was a divine fruit, he actually crossed into the world of Dragon Ball, and he was also the angel of the world of Dragon Ball. For this reason, Roger was excited for a while. Angel. This is beyond the existence of gods of destruction. In this universe, in addition to Xeno and Grand Priest, the highest status is angel. It's just that angel, who has just grown up, needs to go to the human world for an internship. Every angel born has a certain amount of angel power, some are more, some are less. Roger's angel power is 10,000 points, which is a full 10 times higher than the other angel. At first, Roger was stunned. My angel is the strongest, isn't it the strongest? Yes, it is indeed very powerful, so powerful that it is boundless. As long as more than 1,000 points of angel's power are used, the entire universe, no. The 12 universes today will disappear. And Roger will be backlashed by the powerful angel's power, and his soul will be destroyed. Therefore, Roger needs to go to the human world to experience. Only by consuming all 10,000 points of angel's power can you complete the true transformation and grow into a big angel in the gods, ignoring the fate that all the angels' power will disappear, and have eternal life, immortal. Big Angel is also an extremely powerful existence in this universe. Even, the strength can surpass the Grand Priest. So, how to consume these 10,000 points of Angel's power? Consuming Angel's power is not as simple as exploding the Angel's power madly. Even if it is consumed, it will slowly grow back. In addition, it cannot explode more than 1,000 points of Angel's power, otherwise Roger will be backlashed, causing his soul to be destroyed. What if all the Angel's power is exploded? Don't think about it, don't have this crazy idea. The soul that can be eaten by 1,000 points is destroyed, let alone the power of Angel that is 10 times. Since Angel's power cannot be exploded, how to consume Angel's power? According to Grand Priest's guidance, Roger needs to be experienced in the human world. As for how to experience it, let's understand it for yourself. Too much, but to no avail. Anyway, you have to break out all the Angel's power by yourself, and no one will stop you. The big deal is that the entire universe is destroyed, and it is time to use the great space-time reincarnation to restore it. However, you are finished. Asterisk. Chapter 2 Burdock returns. An ordinary trainee angel, as long as all the angel's power is consumed, he will become a real angel. And Roger's angel's power is too much, it consumes cleanly, and he wants to inherit the position of Big Angel. Big Angel, if he evolves one step further, he will become full-hearted. The whole god is the ruler of the whole universe, and its status surpasses Xeno. Roger remembers that Myers was the trainee angel in the Dragon Ball Superstar. He chose the Galaxy Patrol headquarters to practice, but he went crooked. He actually wanted to train Son Goku because of the Molo incident and wanted to fight Son Goku with all his strength. Whis took him away. Is it to go to the human world to understand good and evil? As for Myers, Roger has actually seen him on the angel tree, but Myers is 2 years younger than him. When Roger became an adult, he chose planet Vegeta, transformed into a scion appearance, and came to this planet to experience. Now that you have traveled to the Dragon Ball world, why do you have to take a trip to Scion's planet? For the past 2 years, Roger has been serving as a scion in planet Vegeta. To Roger, scion is indeed cruel. In other words, the concept of respecting the strong is more accurate. Scion can kill people who don't like him without hesitation. People of the same race are like this, and foreigners are even more unscrupulous. Through these years of contact with Scion, Roger only consumed 200 Angel's power. Roger felt tired when he thought that he still had 9,800 Angel's power. It's really long. However, recently Roger began to try to cultivate Vegeta, but found that the rate of consumption of Angel's power has accelerated a lot. It's only a few days, and 10 o'clock has already been consumed. In the past, almost an average of less than 10 points a month was consumed. Roger wondered, should he work hard on this? Read more at fictionzone.net. As for why Vegeta followed Roger, it was also because Roger and Burdock fought 2 years ago, and he exploded with a loss of strength and easily won the victory. After that, the 3-year-old Vegeta followed him all day long, playing sneak attacks from time to time, and he was actually a small follower of his own. Looking at the distant sky, Roger knew that in less than 23 hours, Frieza would destroy planet Vegeta with his own hands. Just a month and a half ago, Roger felt the breath of Beerus, and the goods came to planet Vegeta. Of course, Beerus did not sense the existence of Roger. Roger is too strong, so strong that Beerus can't sense it. After Beerus left, Frieza became busy and issued an order to recall Scion, who was performing a mission in the field. Frieza is finally about to make a move. It seems that the fate with Vegeta has basically come to an end. Hey, Roger, what are you thinking? Vegeta also looked up at the sky and couldn't help asking. Vegeta, you and I are also destined. Your combat effectiveness has also been greatly improved recently, but unfortunately, there is not much time left for you. Go as far as possible. Roger looked into the distance. Where? Vegeta scratched his head. Leave planet Vegeta immediately, Roger said. Why? Vegeta was puzzled. Go away. Roger flew up and kicked Vegeta straight away. Let you go, how can there be so many and why? Roger stopped paying attention to Vegeta, but slowly returned to his village. Roger will not personally save the planet, there is no need. Destroying the planet, that's Beerus' job. Roger knew very well that Beerus was lazy, so he left the work to Frisia. Roger is Angel, and it is impossible for Angel to confine his gaze to a small planet. Moreover, Roger came to the human world only for experience. Even if he saved planet Vegeta, he would not consume his own angel power. Unable to consume Angel's power, Roger was unwilling to do it. Roger once tried to save a planet captured by Frisia, but 1 point of Angel's power was not consumed, but 3 points were added instead. It seems that if some things are deliberately changed, Angel's power will not decrease but increase. Roger is back. Many Scion know Roger, because Roger is currently a very good fighter on planet Vegeta. Roger smiled and nodded. By the way, Burdock also came back from the outside. Burdock has been fighting outside over the years. I heard that the combat effectiveness has improved a lot. Scion said to Roger, remember Roger, didn't you defeat Burdock 2 years ago? I don't know. Isn't it his opponent now? Roger laughed and didn't answer the silly question. Even if he practiced for Burdock for hundreds of years, thousands of years or even tens of thousands of years, he would not be his opponent. As he was talking, Roger glanced and saw Burdock flying over from a distance and landed directly opposite him. Roger. Burdock looked warrior. Something. Roger's expression was flat. Asterisk. Chapter 3 Cockroach's Universe Spaceship. 2 years ago, I lost to you, this time I will beat you for whatever I say. Burdock clenched his fists. Then go on. Roger smiled. But don't worry, even if the challenge is not now. I seem to have seen Frisia's universe spacecraft on the way back. His universe spacecraft appeared wandering near planet Vegeta. I am afraid it is because of ulterior motives. Burdock's face was not very good looking. Roger, you have been at planet Vegeta for the past 2 years. You should know more. You can tell me what you think. Roger replied. I heard that Frisia is inquiring about Super Saiyan and Super Saiyan God. I always feel a bad feeling. Burdock said solemnly. Frisia is worried that Super Saiyan will be born in Saiyan, so he plans to exterminate Saiyan. Roger pondered. What are you talking about? Burdock's face was moved, and he looked at Saiyan who was returning constantly, and then thought of Roger's words. His expression became heavier and heavier. It seems that action must be taken sooner. That night, Roger saw Burdock sneaking to the universe launch base in the dark. Before long, Burdock returned with a mini-universe spacecraft. And Burdock's wife is looking forward to it in a valley. Speaking of which, you are actually worried about your children. This is really not like Saiyan. Jin smiled. Perhaps it was infected by your innocence. Burdock was expressionless and walked forward carrying the mini-universe spacecraft. Wow wow wow, wow wow wow. Cockroach's cry came from the universe spacecraft. Cockroach, stop making trouble. Jin said softly, and then looked at Burdock. If it's really what Burdock said, Frisia will act on us Saiyan, so why don't we run away together? It's useless, the probe will find our location soon. Burdock shook his head and put down the universe spacecraft. The program is set to go to a distant planet called Earth. Although there is sufficient food on it, any resources are of little value. So it's an inconspicuous planet. If it's just Burdock who is worried, we will pick you up soon. Jin nodded and spoke softly to Cockroach in the spaceship. Remember, don't stare at the full moon for a long time. Burdock also told Cockroach, read more at fictionzone.net. I'll also tell Raditz about this. Jin looked at Cockroach in the spaceship tenderly. You must survive. Burdock waved. Goodbye. Jin resisted tears. Cockroach, who was only 3 years old, had his hands on the transparent window, and his immature face was filled with confusion. Did Mom and Dad want me? Why? Am I not obedient? Call out. At the moment when the mini-universe spacecraft was about to start, a light blue flame came quickly. Snapped. The light blue flame directly bombarded the mini-universe spacecraft. The mini-universe spacecraft trembled slightly. Call out. The next moment, the universe spacecraft broke through the void, quickly flew up to the sky, and disappeared into the night sky. Burdock and Jin's faces changed color, and their pupils shrank together. What is the blue flame just now? The spaceship won't explode, will it? Who? Burdock shouted angrily. Jin also became vigilant and looked around. Roger floated slowly in the air and emerged. Roger? What did you do to Cockroach? Burdock asked. If it wasn't for Jin to pull it, he would even want to go up. Jin is more sensible, she has to ask first before speaking. It's nothing, it's just hiding his breath, so Frisia can't find him through the detector. Roger smiled. What makes Roger feel happy is that he just put a barrier to hide his breath for Cockroach, and he actually consumed 10 points of his angel's power. Could it be that? Roger seemed to realize something. Hidden breath. Jin looked confused. Although Cockroach's combat power is only 2, it can still be detected, and the timing of your sending away is not right. Frisia may destroy the universe spaceship that fled to the Earth without a single thought. Roger said. Do you know it all? Burdock's face grew gloomy. Only he and his wife Jin knew about sending Cockroach to Earth. Of course, Burdock would also tell his other son Raditz, but he would never let an outsider know. Then, go to hell. Burdock's face grew colder and colder. Boom. Burdock almost didn't hesitate at all, a huge beam of energy suddenly emerged from his hands, and Roger was swallowed in it at that time. Asterisk. Chapter 4 Burdock's Full Blow. Ho-ho. Burdock gasped heavily. Burdock, what are you doing? Jin asked quickly. Cockroach's trip to the Earth, apart from me and you, and Raditz, must not be let outsiders know. Otherwise, Cockroach may be life-threatening. Burdock clenched his fists, and the sweat on his forehead slipped. But... Burdock, Roger clearly helped us just now. Jin looked up at Burdock. Jin, you are too naive. How can the blue flame he shoots hide something? Maybe it's a tracking skill. Burdock said with a dark face, I have been fighting outside for the past 2 years, I see there have been too many conspiracies. Cockroach's combat effectiveness is too low, I can't let Cockroach be killed before he reaches an adult. Roger is the captain of the guard, he just died. Jin was worried. Don't worry, there is no one here, no one knows. Burdock lowered his voice. Then let's get out of here quickly. Jin urged. For my own son, killing others without hesitation, this is really Sion's style of acting. At this moment, Roger's voice came from not far away. Hearing Roger's voice, Burdock's pupils shrank sharply, the corners of his mouth twitched, and his face was extremely ugly. Immediately afterwards, Burdock saw Roger walking step by step from a distance. He's so powerful. Jin looked stunned. That was Burdock's full blow just now, right? Jin, get out of here now. Burdock took a step forward and stood in front of Jin. Angel's power is really consumed. Roger muttered in a low voice, with a little surprise on his face. Wow! Burdock let out an angry roar, and rushed in Roger's direction, his fist burst out and went straight to Roger's door. Snapped. Roger stretched out a finger and gently blocked Burdock's fist. Burdock was dumbfounded, read more at fictionzone.net. Burdock knew that Roger was strong, but he didn't expect that he would be so strong. Burdock remembers that when he fought Roger 2 years ago, Roger was not so strong. He just used a finger, and he blocked Burdock's fist. Jin was trembling with fright, his face pale. Burdock, you have to challenge me at your level? Also, I did you a favor, but you want to kill me. Roger looked flat and squinted at Burdock. If you change to planet Vegeta any one of Scion, he died just now. Burdock's face became very ugly, and he never thought that Roger was so much stronger than himself. Boom! Roger slapped it. With a muffled noise, Burdock was shot into the ground by Roger's slap, only his head was exposed. Burdock! Jin exclaimed. Next, is it you? Jin. Roger looked at Jin with a smile. Roger. This has nothing to do with Jin. I attacked you. You kill me. Please let her go. Burdock said loudly. Oh? What you said makes sense. Roger smiled and looked away. Go. Go. Get out of here. Burdock shouted to Jin. Burdock, didn't you say that? Frisia might want to kill all Scion. What's the difference between one day early and one day late? Even if I die, I want to be with you. Jin smiled and suddenly revealed the look of death as home. Burdock didn't say a word, silently looking at his wife. Why are you killing you? I never kill. Roger smiled slightly, then looked at Burdock with interest. However, life is inevitable. I want to exile you. What did you say? Burdock was stunned. Exiled you, this is a punishment for you. I hope you will use your brain more before doing things. Roger said with his chin resting on him, looking at Burdock. Call out. After Roger's voice fell, it turned into a colorful streamer, broke through the void, and escaped into the starry sky. Burdock was stunned. Jin was stunned. Why is it missing? People? There was a short silence. Jin quickly pulled Burdock out of the ground. He, who is he? Jin's beautiful eyes widened, his expression stunned. Burdock was also completely dumbfounded. How did Roger fly into the sky? What is the colorful flame on Roger's body? The seventh universe, the Supreme Kai world. Master Supreme Kai, Frisia seems to be summoning Scion to return to planet Vegeta. I am afraid he is about to take action against Scion. Gibbet looked far away and said to Supreme Kai, are we going to stop it? Scion is not a good person, just let them. Supreme Kai Shin's face was grim. Asterisk. Chapter 5 Supreme Kai, where is my time and space ring? By the way, Lord Supreme Kai, 5 million years have passed. Will Majin Buu die directly in the seal? Gibbet changed the subject and said with a smile. It's unlikely to die, but he don't even want to run out. Supreme Kai Shin with his hands on his back, he muttered slightly. Humans, don't let Buu run out because you accidentally touched the seal. Of course, this possibility is slim, so be careful. Yes. Jebai nodded. However, just as Gibbet was just about to leave for the earth, a colorful flame came quickly toward this side suddenly in the distance. Master Supreme Kai, what's that? Gibbet was stunned. Supreme Kai also saw the colorful flames bursting through the sky, and his face changed a little for a while. Call out. The colorful flames passed by Supreme Kai, passed through the void again, and disappeared in a flash. What's the situation? Supreme Kai Shin was dumbfounded. Gibbet was also stunned, looking at the colorful flames that had disappeared. The two were silent. What is that colorful flame? Why did it disappear in a flash? What happened? Supreme Kai said solemnly, can't even I see that colorful flame? It feels like a very powerful divine power. Jebite murmured in a low voice. What? Powerful power? Who is it? Supreme Kai's face changed color. Jebet shook his head blankly. After a short silence. I always feel that something is missing. Sheen scratched her head, looking confused. The vast starry sky. Roger turned into a colorful flame and flew away in the direction of planet Vegeta. In Roger's hands, there was an extra ring. Roger put the ring on the index finger of his left hand, and the corner of his mouth formed a shallow arc. At this time, Frisia's universe spacecraft is slowly spinning around the periphery of planet Vegeta. Your Excellency Frisia, according to statistics, at present, except for a few scions, almost all scions have returned to planet Vegeta. A subordinate reported. Read more at fictionzone.net. Oh ha ha ha, it's getting more and more interesting. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Frisia smiled. He he he, these wild monkeys are finally going to be extinct. Humph, in the end, Super Scion and Super Scion God, just the legend is nothing. Your Excellency Frisia, something seemed to be missing just now. At this time, a little brother suddenly exclaimed. Frisia squinted at him. What could it be? Sabo on the side asked with a smile. The little brother hurriedly operated on the computer. As a result, there is nothing. Call out. The bright red light in Frisia's hand flashed directly through the little brother's heart. Hey, Frisia hates yelling men the most. Frisia said coldly. The other men hurriedly knelt on the ground, shaking with fright. We will see the wonderful fireworks of planet Vegeta soon. Frisia walked to the window and said with a smile. However, after Frisia's voice fell, at a glance, he suddenly saw the direction of planet Vegeta, and a colorful flame fell. Frisia was stunned, thoughtful. However, Frisia didn't think too much. Universe is unpredictable, let alone colorful flames, there are flames of any color. Roger went quickly, and came back quickly. The only difference is that Roger has an extra ring in his hand. Supreme Kai's time and space ring. Snapped. Roger tapped his finger on the Burdock's door lightly. Immediately, the door of the room was opened directly by Roger. Roger. Burdock's face kept changing. Burdock, I kindly help you so that your son can land on the earth smoothly, but you will avenge you, so I want to exile you. Roger said. Exile me. Burdock heard Roger say that just now. But what made Burdock wonder is that after Roger said this, he disappeared into a colorful flame. Burdock and Jin had to go home nervously. It's just that, less than 20 minutes after returning, Roger has gone and returned. Roger, if it's as you said, Frisia has already planned to do something to Scion, do you think you can still exile me? Burdock smiled lightly. Roger laughed and put his hand on Burdock's shoulder. At the same time, Roger's thumb gently turned the space-time ring on his index finger. Hey! The next moment, the two of them were just under Jin's gaze, and disappeared in a flash. Jin's beautiful eyes widened. People? Why is it missing? Why does it disappear? Burdock! Jin shouted loudly. However, Burdock couldn't hear it anymore. Asterisk. Chapter 6 Spirit Bomb by Son Goku. When Burdock opened his eyes and reacted, he was shocked. Burdock suddenly realized that he appeared in the vast starry sky. Burdock looked around carefully, and saw that both himself and Roger were covered with a faint flame. Burdock quickly realized that it was this faint flame that might enable him to survive in this airless space, right? Where is this? Am I in a dream? Burdock was stunned. Planet Vegeta in 25 years. Roger's expression was flat, has become the dust of the universe. What are you talking about? 25 years from now. Burdock's eyes widened. Get up. Roger smiled slightly, grabbed Burdock, and turned into a colorful flame, tracing a beautiful arc in the starry sky. You, who are you? Burdock didn't mention how surprised it was. Roger ignored it, and the colorful flames all over his body grew thicker. Burdock's face kept changing, and his heart became even more confused. Is it really 25 years from here? Or is it that Roger deliberately fooled himself? However, what shocked Burdock the most was why Roger could survive in space. Scion, isn't it impossible to survive in space? Just when Burdock felt at a loss, he suddenly saw a huge planet appearing in his sight. "What's that?" Burdock asked wonderingly. "Call out." Roger took Burdock and appeared directly above the planet in a flash. "This planet has 3 suns. Roger, what are you taking me here for? Are you going to exile me to this planet?" Burdock was a little confused. Roger smiled without saying a word. "Hey? There are people down there." Burdock suddenly found that there seemed to be a few people below him. "These people are fighting." Read more at fictionzone.net. Roger fell slowly, falling where Burdock could see, and then stopped. Burdock's eyes gradually zoomed in. On the light blue ground below, 5 people were fighting. 4-1. Who's that person? Burdock saw a person who looked very similar to him at a glance. This person was wearing dark blue clothes and his clothes were in tatters. Burdock subconsciously pressed the detector, trying to detect their combat effectiveness. Boom! Just as Burdock pressed the button on the detector made a muffled noise and exploded on the spot. What? How could it be? Burdock didn't mention how shocked. The explosion of the detector can only explain one problem. That is, the opponent's combat effectiveness has exceeded the detection range of the detector. Then, what is that? Is it also the sun? Burdock soon discovered a huge mass of energy, also suspended in the air. Above that group of energy, it gives people an endless sense of fear. Too terrifying. Is that thing really energy? That's spirit bomb. Roger smiled. What do you mean? What spirit bomb? Burdock asked in surprise. All creatures have vitality. Gather their vitality and gather them together to form a spirit bomb. Roger gave a faint introduction. Burdock's eyes widened and looked at Roger. There are only 5 of them alive on this planet. Such a large spirit bomb should have collected vitality from nearby planets. Roger smiled. The man with the long tail, who is it? It's a bit similar to Frisia. Burdock asked. Roger smiled without saying a word. Below. Frisia. The last spirit bomb. Son Goku slammed down the condensed spirit bomb in Frisia's direction. Not good. Frisia's pupils shrank sharply, and his face became very ugly. Boom! The spirit bomb took Frisia and rolled down toward the ground, with endless aura, as if there was a hole in the sky. With a loud noise, the spirit bomb slammed into Namek's ground. The whole earth was trembling violently, and the clouds were blown away by this endless energy. Even Burdock in the sky was swayed by this powerful energy. Roger released a mass of energy casually, which stabilized Burdock's body. Wait until everything calms down. Burdock glanced intently and noticed that a bottomless hole appeared on the ground. Around the big pit, endless rivers emerged, merging into the dark cave. It's terrible energy. Burdock's eyes widened, shocked. Who is he? Why does he look so much like me? He just called that person Frisia. Roger didn't bother to answer this question. I believe that no matter who it is difficult to understand such weird things as traveling through time and space. P.S. New book, please give me a reward. Special period, give a reward to 1 person plus 1 chapter *. Chapter 7 Burdock, who is that person exactly like me? Is that guy named Frisia dead? Burdock asked again. No. Roger said calmly. Burdock looked around and saw Frisia standing on a hill. Frisia had already broken a tail and injured his left eye, looking at Son Goku and others with a gloomy expression. However, Son Goku and others have no idea. I saw Piccolo pull Son Goku while Klin and Son Gohan stepped forward to support Piccolo and Son Goku. In the previous battle, Son Goku and Piccolo consumed too much energy, and now they almost don't have much energy. This is so, the faces of the 4 of them all showed triumphant smiles. It's really Frisia? Why is it different from the Frisia I saw? Forget it, no matter how much, didn't they find out that Frisia is still alive? Burdoc's expression kept changing. Immediately afterwards. "Hey, Frisia is still alive!" Burdock exclaimed. However, Son Goku and others below did not hear Burdoc's words, and still said something with a smile. "Why? Can't they hear?" Burdock looked at Roger and asked. "I set up a barrier, your voice can't pass." Roger smiled. "What did you say?" Burdock was stunned. But shortly afterwards, Burdock released a burst of energy from his hand, and greeted Frisia fiercely below. Puff! After encountering the barrier set by Roger, the powerful energy released by Burdock disappeared on the spot, and even the sound was not transmitted. Below. "Take my universe spacecraft, it only takes 7 days to return to Earth." Son Goku smiled. "Ah!" Klin exclaimed. Son Goku, Son Gohan, and Piccolo were all taken aback. Haha, I suddenly remembered that we almost forgot Miss Bulma." Klin touched his bald head and said with a smile, "Read more at fictionzone.net. You scared me to death, Klin, I thought Frisia was alive again." Son Goku smiled bitterly. "In some cases, Miss Bulma is even scarier than Frisia." Klin joked. "Ha ha ha, yeah." Son Goku nodded. "Elder, you can finally rest in peace." Piccolo let out a long sigh. "Hey? Piccolo, how do you know about the Grand Elder?" Klin turned and glanced at Piccolo. Immediately afterwards, Klin's pupils widened, the corners of his mouth twitched, his body shivered violently, his face looked like a piece of white paper. "Klin, what's the matter with you?" Son Goku quickly asked when he realized that something was wrong. "Goku, he. Klin tremblingly pointed in the direction where Frisia was. Son Goku turned his head to look, terrified. "Call out." At this moment, a bright red flame flashed on Frisia's finger. Puff! The bright red flame, like a laser beam, penetrated Piccolo's heart on the spot. Piccolo didn't even have time to react, so he fainted on the spot and crashed to the ground. "Piccolo!" Son Goku exclaimed. "Humph! Do you really think that my Frisia will be killed by your lower creatures? You are so wrong. My Frisia will not die." Frisia snorted coldly, but his face was gloomy and terrible. "Klin, Gohan, you immediately take Piccolo and Bulma away from this planet," Son Goku said solemnly. Both Klin and Son Gohan were trembling with fright, completely out of ideas. Above the sky. "They are going to be beaten to death." Burdock sighed. "If that guy is really Frisia, it would be terrible." Roger did not speak. "Humph, don't even want to run today." Frisia sneered, "It was the Namek who died just now? The next one is the Earthling." As Frisia said. A red dot on her index finger flashed and hit Klin directly. "Hey!" Frisia controlled Klin's body and flew high into the sky. "Frisia! What are you doing?" Son Goku exclaimed. "Humph, I said, you all have to die." Frisia smiled. "Let him go." Son Goku said angrily. "Humph." Frisia smiled more brilliantly, and raised his right hand, gently grasping. "Goku!" Klin shouted. Boom! At the next moment, Klin's body turned into a cloud of blood and exploded on the spot. Son Goku's eyes widened, and his pupils shrank into a black spot. Little Sion is next." Frisia smiled. "Sion? Is that kid Sion?" Burdock was a little surprised. Boom! At this moment, the sky suddenly became gloomy. Then, a golden lightning fell from the sky and hit Son Goku's head on the spot. Asterisk. Chapter 8 Weird Resurrection. What's the situation? Burdock looked at the weird scene in surprise. Boom! The next moment, another golden lightning fell from the sky. Hey! A scepter suddenly appeared in Roger's right hand. There was a flash of light on the scepter. Snapped! Near Son Goku, a bald head appeared out of thin air. Hey? Me? I. I'm obviously dead. Clin scratched his head vigorously, his expression a little dull. Didn't I get killed by Frisia? How did this happen? Why is it resurrected? Clin. Son Goku was surprised and delighted. At the same time, the golden lightning in the sky gradually extinguished. In addition, Son Goku's hair, which had been upside down, slowly fell. Super Saiyan, the transformation failed. Frisia looked even more stunned, looking at the resurrected Clin with a look of horror, completely stunned for a while. What's the matter? That bald head, isn't it dead? Burdock looked at the weird change below in surprise, then glanced at the scepter in Roger's hand. What is the scepter? So amazing. Roger silently felt his angel's power. Sure enough, as Roger expected, it was not consumed, but improved. At this moment, Roger understood. What is Angel's responsibility? Angel is the master of gods of destruction. If gods of destruction does something wrong, Angel can make timely corrections to gods of destruction. Supreme Kai and gods of destruction complement each other. Supreme Kai is also called the god of creation, responsible for creating planets and maintaining the balance of the universe. Read more at fictionzone.net. So, what does gods of destruction do? Gods of destruction maintain the balance of the universe by destroying the planet. Universe has limited resources. As Supreme Kai creates more planets, resources will be lacking. Gods of destruction needs to destroy these planets and maintain the balance of resources. However, blindly destroying too much, will cause a waste of resources. If the damage is overdone, even Supreme Kai will not have time to create a new planet, so it can only be corrected through Angel. The root of all this is only 4 words: universe balance. Yes, maintain the balance of the universe. Just like just now, Roger resurrected Clin and prevented Son Goku from becoming Super Saiyan, and the universe would lose its balance. Why? Roger, who knows the story of Dragon Ball better, knows that if Son Goku dies, then the Earth will be ruined. With Frisia's style of doing things, maybe it will destroy the Earth. If the Earth is destroyed, who will be born? Yes, the sealed Majin Buu will run out. Supreme Kai Shin will stop Buu, presumably he will be absorbed if he is killed. Then, gods of destruction Beerus belched in his sleep. At that time, even Angel Whis can no longer restore the balance of this universe. Since then, the 7th universe has been a mess. In the end, Zeno could only take action personally to erase the universe that had lost its balance. Therefore, Roger guessed that the main task of his own experience is to comprehend the various emotions in the world on the basis of maintaining the balance of the universe. Give it a try. Whether it is true or not, the answer will soon be available. Roger put his hand on the shoulder of Burdock, who was still in shock, and disappeared where he was. Perhaps the answer can be further confirmed by Burdock. Hey! Roger took Burdock and returned to his own era. Call out! Roger turned into a colorful flame and flew away in the direction of planet Vegeta. Hey, Roger, what happened just now? Who are they? Is it really Frisia? Burdock finally couldn't help it, and asked curiously. Yes, that person is Frisia. Roger nodded. So, who is the guy who fought Frisia, the guy who looks very similar to me? Burdock asked again. How old is Kakarot this year? Roger changed the subject. 3 years old, why do you ask this? Burdock frowned. I wonder if you noticed that bald identity. Roger smiled. Bald? Frisia said. Is he an Earthling? Burdock suddenly remembered. Well, yes, Earthling. Roger nodded. Earth people? Didn't I send Kakarot to Earth? Burdock muttered, how could Earth people be so powerful? I can see that the strength of the bald head just now should almost surpass me. There was a moment of silence. Burdock suddenly thought of something. You said before. Is that 25 years from now? Burdock's eyes widened. Roger smiled mysteriously. You mean, the person they call Son Goku, is Kakarot? Burdock seemed to realize something. Roger smiled without saying a word. Impossible. How could Son Goku be Kakarot? Burdock shook his head and looked at Roger. Also, what 25 years ago, it was pure nonsense. Asterisk. Chapter 9 Planet Vegeta is going to be destroyed? Flying. Burdock glanced intently, and suddenly realized that a planet he was familiar with and could no longer be familiar with appeared in front of him. However, outside the planet, there is a Frisia Universe spacecraft hovering near the planet. On Frisia's Universe spacecraft, the younger brothers of the Frisia Regiment filed out. Immediately afterwards, the boys gave way, and Frisia took the aircraft and slowly flew out of the spacecraft. Wow! Frisia laughed wildly. In a moment, Frisia's hands also condensed a huge red energy. The red energy bomb swells at the sight of the wind. In the blink of an eye, the energy bomb expanded to hundreds of meters in diameter. It's Frisia. What does he want to do? Burdock was frightened and angry. Look, Frisia is about to destroy planet Vegeta. Are you going to say goodbye to your wife? Or are you going to beat Frisia with all your strength? Roger said, and the flames in his hand covered Burdock's body. Suddenly, Burdock's injury was completely healed, and his energy was restored to its peak state. At the same time, the potential energy in Burdock was also guided by Roger. What's going on? Who are you? Burdock looked at Roger in shock. Go, I hope you won't regret it. Roger gave a weird smile. My energy has become so powerful. Burdock was surprised and delighted. The next moment, Burdock almost didn't hesitate, and rushed towards Frisia's direction. Frisia! I'm going to kill you. Burdock didn't mention how confident he was. Seeing Burdock rushing over, Dodoria and Sabo beside Frisia were both taken aback. Death! Dodoria roared and took a step forward to resist Burdock. Boom! Burdock's fist broke through the air, and a punch hit Dodoria's head. Puff! Dodoria had a tooth knocked out at the time, and a burst of blood spurted out of her mouth. Read more at fictionzone.net. What? Sabo was surprised. Oh! Frisia glanced at Burdock. Frisia, go to hell! Burdock rushed in Frisia's direction after knocking down Dodoria with one punch. At the same time, energy emerged in Burdock's hands. A huge amount of energy blasted away in Frisia's direction. Hey, little bugs! Frisia slapped her left hand with a face of disdain. Boom! The energy from Burdock's bombardment was changed direction by Frisia's slap, traversed an arc in the starry sky, and flew into the distance. What? Burdock's eyes widened. Just as Burdock was shocked, he and Frisia were getting closer. Boom! Frisia didn't get up, still sitting on the aircraft, and struck it directly with a light punch. With a muffled noise, the punch hit Burdock in the face on the spot. Burdock flew backwards. Hey, stupid wild monkey, disappear with planet Vegeta! Frisia sneered. At the same time, the planetary destruction bomb condensed at the tip of Frisia's right index finger has finally reached a certain level. Call out! Frisia waved. The red planet destruction bomb, carrying endless black lightning, slammed down towards Burdock's direction, towards the planet Vegeta behind Burdock. It's impossible! Burdock shouted. In a moment, Burdock's body was already in contact with Frisia's planetary destruction bomb. Jin! Burdock clearly felt that his vitality was rapidly losing, and he couldn't help calling his wife's name. However, Jin couldn't hear it anymore. Boom! Burdock felt that his eyes went dark, and he seemed to lose consciousness. At this moment, Burdock regretted it. Frisia is so strong. Why? Why don't I go to see my wife for the last time? Not knowing how long had passed, Burdock opened his eyes sharply. Burdock looked around and suddenly found himself in a stone room. Am I in hell? Or, I'm still alive? Burdock looked around uncertainly, looking confused. Then, Burdock felt his body. It seems that there is no discomfort. The injury on his body was only left with a scar on his forearm. How is this going? Where is it here? Burdock glanced outside through the window. Hey? It's like Planet Vegeta? What's going on here? Burdock was a little startled when he saw the scenery outside and the red sky. You're awake. At this moment, Burdock heard suddenly, an unfamiliar voice rang from behind him. Asterisk. Chapter 10. Is this 1,000 years ago? Burdock glanced intently and saw two foreigners, one tall and one short. The skins of these two people are lavender, with strange looks, purple elliptical big heads, and two antennae-like eyeballs standing on top of their heads. I have never seen this kind of race. Burdock looked wary. Haha, don't be so vigilant, I am a doctor in this village, my name is Ibana, and he is my son Bailey. The tall foreigner greeted with a smile, showing a friendly expression on his face. We found out when you were at your time, you fell into the big forest in the distance, and Bailey brought you back. This is the healing potion on the planet plant. With that, Ibana took Burdock's arm and poured the healing potion on Burdock's injured forearm. Burdock was surprised. This thing is very similar to the treatment liquid in the treatment device. Besides, Plant Planet? Isn't this the earliest previous name of Planet Vegeta? There was a flash of light in Burdock's mind, and suddenly he thought of something. Could it be? Could it be that I went back in time? I traveled through time and space. Burdock murmured. Immediately afterwards, Burdock came back to his senses immediately. Roger! Where are you? Come out! Burdock flew out from the window, hovering high in the sky, shouting. Hey! Roger's figure slowly emerged, with a faint smile on his face. Are you satisfied with this place? Roger asked with a smile. Where is this place? Burdock looked at Roger in surprise, and asked hurriedly. Didn't they tell you that this is Planet Plant? Roger smiled slightly. Is this the earliest Planet Vegeta? Burdock said solemnly. Yes, you are back 1,000 years ago. Roger smiled. What? 1,000 years ago? Burdock's face became less calm. I said, I want to exile you, good luck. Roger said, his figure also blurred. At this moment, a lot of information popped up in Burdock's mind. 25 years later, read more at fictionzone.net. So, does that guy named Son Goku look like Kakarot? Why? Why did he change his name? The name Son Goku clearly belongs to the Earth. Why? Will Kakarot fight Frisia? What is that golden lightning? Burdock is almost maddened by all mystery questions. Hey! Stop for me! Burdock looked at Roger's disappearing figure, suddenly recovered and shouted. However, after Burdock's voice fell, Roger had disappeared. A hole! Let me go back! Burdock was furious, his breath came out frantically. Boom! Roger's figure flickered, then returned, and slapped Burdock into the depths of the earth with a slap. Burdock crawled out from the depths of the earth with difficulty. Swearing is not good. Roger smiled and looked at Burdock and said, Don't worry, in 1,000 years, you will be reunited with your wife and your son. Of course, the premise is that you can live so long. Time will work. You, who are you? Burdock asked tremblingly. Forgot to tell you. In this era, there is an old ancestor of Frisia who is a pirate in this universe. You have to be careful. Roger smiled. What? Burdock's face became very ugly. Roger ignored Burdock, turned the ring of time and space, and returned to his own era. Burdock was silent for a moment, and a big mouthful of blood spewed out, and his face became even more pale. Am I really exiled by him? 1,000 years ago. What about Raditz? What about Cockroach? Jin? How can I see you? Do you really want me to wait 1,000 years? Can I live for 1,000 years? Burdock spouted another mouthful of old blood and knelt on the ground at the time. You, let me go back. Burdock's tears flowed down. Sure enough, as Roger expected, Angel's power was consumed a lot. Burdock is an important figure in the Dragon Ball world and one of the fulcrums to maintain the balance of the universe. Because Burdock is the most true portrayal of the legend about Super Saiyan in recent years. The Super Saiyan that came out of Frisia's mouth was because of Burdock. Roger sent Burdock to 1,000 years ago based on the story of Dragon Ball. In this way, the existence of Burdock will also balance the entire universe. Otherwise, Frisia's ancestor Zild will dominate the seventh universe, leaving universe in an evil environment. Roger felt his angel power. After the Cockroach and Burdock incident, his angel power has been consumed to 9,700. So slow. But I finally found the right direction. It will be much easier in the future. P.S. Ask for a reward. Reward one person plus one change, no capping. Asterisk. Chapter 11 Vegeta's Last Fight. As for why Burdock was tortured, he asked for it. Angel is the god of this universe. He maliciously attacks Angel or provokes Angel. Other angels can bear it, but Roger can't bear it. I don't kill you, but I have a way to clean you up. Roger discovered 2 years ago that killing not only does not consume Angel's power, but instead increases Angel's power. Therefore, Roger will never shoot anyone who cannot kill. Of course, even if he doesn't kill people, Roger still has a way to make them doubt life. Boom. After Roger came back, he saw planet Vegeta, bursting with brilliant colors. At the same time, Frisia also let out a harsh, wild laugh in the distance. At this time, call out. A small universe spacecraft slammed toward Frisia's huge universe spacecraft. Boom. This universe spaceship was smaller than Frisia's universe spaceship, and it was destroyed at that time, as if it was hitting a rock with a pebble. That's the case, Frisia's universe spacecraft was also knocked through a gap, and a burst of blue smoke appeared. What's the situation? Many of Frisia's little brothers were all a little sluggish and did not react. Oh. Frisia smiled, and when he saw that the universe spacecraft had been blown out of a big hole, his upper and lower eyelids slightly twitched. Quick! Go and fix the universe spaceship. Sabo's face was extremely ugly, and he hurriedly shouted to the boys. Now planet Vegeta has been destroyed. Above this high altitude, the air will also disperse with the disappearing planet Vegeta. At that time, I am afraid that everyone will die except for a few races that can survive in space. Of course, if the universe spacecraft is repaired, there may be no problem. Boom. Just after Sabo's voice fell, I saw a child with a long tail, with energy in his hand, and suddenly bombarded the universe spaceship. Read more at fictionzone.net. With a loud noise, Frisia's universe spacecraft turned into a fiery flame and exploded in the starry sky. It's Vegeta. Sabo's eyes widened. Oh? That little scion monkey who is known as a genius. Frisia narrowed his eyes and glanced in Vegeta's direction. After Vegeta personally destroyed Frisia's universe spacecraft, he blasted towards Frisia aggressively. Boom! Vegeta's fist broke through the void, as if carrying endless energy. Snapped! The seemingly fierce punch was gently blocked by Frisia's palm. The combat power is 21,000, how is this possible? Sabo has already seen Vegeta's combat power through the detector on the side. Ha ha ha, it's just over 20,000 combat power. Frisia laughed. Boom! As he was speaking, Vegeta's free left hand suddenly blasted up with a powerful energy, directly covering Frisia inside. Hoo-hoo! But Vegeta was also very tired, panting heavily, and breathing a little harder. At this time, with the destruction of planet Vegeta, the air has become thinner and thinner. Good performance, Vegeta. Frisia's figure gradually emerged, squinting at Vegeta. Just now, what Vegeta blasted off was only Frisia's aircraft. Frisia, safe and sound. I'm going to kill you. Frisia! Vegeta yelled, and there was a trace of struggle on his immature face. Snapped. An energy bomb emerged from this. Vegeta threw the energy bomb into the starry sky. The next moment, the energy bomb burst out with dazzling light. Vegeta looked directly at the energy bomb, his body rapidly growing. And a lot of black hair grew on his body. Roar! After a while, a black gorilla appeared in the stars. Frisia! Go to hell! Vegeta gulped, and a huge energy came straight to Frisia. Sabo and Dodoria's faces darkened, and their pupils shrank together. The two of them could clearly feel the threat posed by this energy. Humph! Frisia's face was flat. Boom! Immediately afterwards, Frisia kicked out abruptly. With a muffled noise, Frisia's kick hit directly on the energy bombarded by Vegeta. The energy changed direction at that time and flew into the starry sky. This! Vegeta was startled, his huge body trembling. At your level, you dare to challenge me, Frisia? Frisia smiled contemptuously, and pointed his index finger at the artificial full moon condensed by Vegeta. Call out! A flash of light flashed in Frisia's hand, and a bright red flame shot out. Boom! Vegeta's artificial full moon was torn apart and turned into a cloud of gas. Asterisk. Chapter 12 Vegeta is desperate, rewards and more for the loyal fans of the island owner. Vegeta's body also shrank quickly, returning to its original appearance. Boom! Vegeta shuddered all over, and her immature face was full of unwillingness. Little monkey, what's the trick? Just use it. Frisia smiled and looked at Vegeta with interest. Vegeta was so desperate. The planet is destroyed. Almost all Scion died. I can't be the king of Scion anymore. Frisia, this beast. Kill him. Frisia didn't bother to do it himself, and told Dodoria. Yes. Dodoria squeezed her fist, a playful smile appeared on her face. Boom! Dodoria punched him and directly hit Vegeta's front door. Vegeta barked his teeth, nosebleeds rushing out. Vegeta has run out of energy left, and it is not Dodoria's opponent at all. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Vegeta shouted. Little monkey, you won't have a miracle if you break your throat. Dodoria smiled and looked at Vegeta. The miracle is here. Just after Dodoria's voice fell, a voice that made Vegeta feel familiar suddenly rang nearby. Vegeta froze for a moment, and quickly searched for the location of the voice. Immediately afterwards, Vegeta saw a familiar figure. Roger? I'm not mistaken, am I? Are you still alive? Vegeta was surprised. Roger? I've heard the name. It seems to be Scion's chief guard. Dodoria glanced at Roger. Ha ha ha, is the guard chief? It's so stupid, you should find a universe spaceship to sneak away, maybe there is a chance of survival. Frisia smiled contemptuously. Swearing is not good. Roger glanced at Frisia. Oh? You are pretty confident. Frisia squinted, looking at Roger with a playful look. Read more at fictionzone.net. Boom! Roger got a little angry and kicked it. Frisia couldn't resist at all, so he flew upside down. What? Sabo's face became unusually ugly. How is this possible? Dodoria's face changed even more. Combat power, I can't see it, I can't see his combat power at all. What's going on? Sabo was stunned. What? Me too. Dodoria also immediately pressed the button on the detector. No fighting power. Kick Frisia? Why is this happening? Fortunately, Frisia will be back soon. However, Frisia's face has a dark footprint. He, I underestimated you. Frisia's face went dark. Vegeta, didn't you let you go? Why did you come back? Roger ignored Frisia. Killing Frisia now is somewhat inappropriate. Today, Beerus is asleep. In this universe, only Supreme Kai exists. Without gods of destruction to destroy the planet, the universe will lose its balance. The birth of too many planets can only make the universe go extinct in advance. Of course, if Frisia is going to die, Roger doesn't mind killing him. Roger can help destroy the planet. However, at the thought of working for Beerus, Roger was so big, it was better to leave Frisia's life. I'm gone, but I saw planet Vegeta destroyed and come back. Vegeta clenched his fist. I saw it with my own eyes. It was Frisia that guy destroyed planet Vegeta. Roger, we two joined forces to destroy him. You are so strong, you can definitely do it. Actually, I think it's more appropriate for you to kill him yourself. Roger looked at Vegeta flatly. I think too, but I can't beat him. Vegeta clenched his fists. Roger, I think you can beat him. Of course, giving him 100 is not enough for me. Roger smiled. Vegeta. Vegeta's immature face looked at Roger silently. Can we not brag? 100 is not enough to fight? See what you can. Frisia also chuckled and looked at Roger. When he heard Roger's words, Frisia almost got angry, and even because of the happiness, the footprints on his face didn't feel bad anymore. Frisia understood. Feelings are 100 of one's own team, none of them are the opponents of the Chief Guard Scion. Originally thought that this person was still a bit strong, but it turned out to be just an arrogant man who ran a train with his mouth full. Scion's Chief Guard, your tone is not small. Frisia chuckled lightly, killing intent on her face. In that case, I will let you see and see, my Frisia is terrible. The air in this position is getting thinner and thinner. If you continue to do this, you will be finished. Roger felt a little bit, glanced at Vegeta, and sighed silently. Why? Wasn't you bragging just now? Even if I don't shoot now, you won't be able to live long. Frisia smiled contemptuously, and put his hand at Roger's body. However, I prefer to kill you by myself. If you want to fight, let's change to another place. Roger said. A scepter suddenly appeared in his right hand. Asterisk. Chapter 13 Angel's Cube, please give me a reward. Hey! Roger, holding a scepter, drew a square in the starry sky. Snapped. Suddenly, a huge light blue square appeared in the starry sky, which immediately enveloped everyone present. Go together. Roger jumped to the top of the outside of the box and greeted him. Call out. The cube led everyone, swiftly flying towards a nearby planet. Everyone present was stunned. Even Frisia was shocked, looking at Roger standing above his head in horror. Vegeta's eyes widened even more, and he didn't recover for a long time. Who is he? Frisia asked in surprise. Vegeta didn't speak. You ask me? I want to know too. Boom. Frisia's tail flicked heavily and slammed against the pale blue wall of the cube. OM. The cube made a loud noise. Everyone in the square felt a huge bang at the time, and their ears were deafened, so it was so uncomfortable. This, what is this thing made of? Why is it so strong? Frisia looked shocked. After Frisia's tail flicked like this just now, he believed that there was no problem in shattering a planet. As a result, the square just made a buzzing sound, not even a trace of it appeared. It's all like this, you're not honest yet. Roger glanced at Frisia. Alright, then I'll take you guys for fun. Call out. A group of colorful flames appeared on Roger's body, and he took the cubes to speed up the flight. Immediately afterwards, Roger's body was spinning rapidly in a spiral. No one speaks anymore in the light blue transparent square. Have you seen the spin-drying mode of a washing machine? Yes, it looks like this. Roger's rapid rotation caused the people in the cube to lie on the wall due to centrifugal force. 5 minutes later, Roger controlled the cube to appear on a planet. Snapped. The cube came to a hard break. Read more at fictionzone.net. Boom. Frisia and the others slammed into the wall of the cube one by one and wailed. Roger tapped the square lightly with his scepter. Snapped. The square disappeared. Frisia and others rolled to the ground. Immediately afterwards, everyone in the square vomited on the ground one by one. Vegeta was also dizzy and unsteady. I belong to you. You let me go anyway. Frisia recovered the fastest, her face darkened, and looked at Roger with a vigilant face. A hole. Who are you? Frisia asked cursingly. So sad. It turns people around. As the Emperor of the Universe, Frisia has never received such treatment. It's so hateful. Boom. Roger tapped the scepter directly on Frisia's head. With a muffled noise, Frisia's entire body rushed directly into the ground, leaving only half of his head. Swearing is wrong. Roger smiled. Wow. Frisia furiously rose from the ground and flew into the sky. Frisia was condescending, glaring at Roger, as if flames were about to be expelled from her eyes. Unforgivable. Unforgivable. Frisia was furious, and the veins on his forehead burst out. Everyone present was stunned. How could this chief guard scion be so powerful? Did you hit Frisia into the ground so easily? However, when he thought that this person had just made a strange cube spinning at a high speed, Sabo and the other boys vomited. Vegeta's eyes widened. Roger, is that powerful? Immediately afterwards, Vegeta shook his head vigorously. If you are strong, then be strong. What are you doing to me? You at least let me out. Vegeta was aggrieved. Planet Destroyer Bomb. Frisia lifted his right hand gently, and a bunch of red flames suddenly condensed from the position of the index finger. The bright red flame swelled as soon as it saw the wind, but in the blink of an eye, it had already expanded to a range of 10 meters in diameter. Your Excellency Frisia! We are still below! Sabo shouted loudly, and quickly rushed into the sky. The rest of the little brothers were also frightened one by one, and rushed up quickly. Disappear with this planet! How can Frisia care about those little brothers at this time? With a beckon, the planet destroyer dropped from the sky and went straight to Roger's direction and crashed. Vegeta also drove off immediately. Snapped. Roger stretched out his hand and touched it against the falling planet destruction bomb. The moment the planet destroyer came into contact with Roger, it stood still. Frisia was dumbfounded. Sabo's eyes widened. Dodoria looked stunned. Vegeta was stunned. Is it so easy to block it? It's so easy. That's the planet destruction bomb. This, how is this possible? Frisia's face became very ugly. Call out. Roger waved his hand slightly. Suddenly, the planet destroyer glided Frisia's body and rushed out of the 9-day cloud, and disappeared. The corners of Frisia's mouth trembled, and her face became stiff. P.S. Ask for a reward, reward 1 person plus 1 change, no capping. No matter how much you reward. Asterisk. Chapter 14 World King. If you continue to fight like this, you don't see Angel's power consumed. Roger muttered a little bit distressed. So boring. I actually played with a little ant for so long. How about pinching him to death? Roger looked at Frisia badly. Frisia also had a stiff complexion, and her whole body was shaking with fright. What a powerful guy! But Roger glanced at him and saw Vegeta on the side. Vegeta, if you replace Frisia as the emperor of this universe, would you like it? Roger's heart moved. What do you mean? Vegeta was just a kid now, and didn't react for a while. Forget it, you are too young. Roger thought for a while, but the thought was over. A little kid, who leads this universe, hasn't he mixed the universe into a paste? Scion's chief guard, do you think you'll defeat me? Frisia shivered with anger, glaring at Roger, her face growing gloomy. Boom! Immediately afterwards, extremely powerful energy emerged from Frisia's body. At the same time, Frisia's body is gradually changing. What does he want to do? Vegeta stared at Frisia's changes. Wow! In a moment, Frisia transformed into a fourth form. He has transformed. Frisia will transform. Vegeta was stunned. Humph, Scion's chief guard, do you really think that Frisia has lost to you? Frisia smiled, as if this transformation made him feel more secure. Hey! Roger's figure flickered and suddenly appeared behind Frisia. Boom! Roger slapped it gently. With a muffled noise, Roger's slap slapped directly on the back of Frisia's head. Boom! Read more at fictionzone.net. Frisia rushed directly into the ground like a cannonball, leaving only half of his head. Everyone looked intently, and suddenly realized that Frisia had completely fainted. Everyone was stunned. No one thought that Frisia had transformed, and was hit by Roger easily into the ground, and he was dizzy. No wonder Lord Frisia rushed into the earth and did not move. Roger fell from the sky and landed on Frisia's head. You can just bury it here for a month. Roger smiled and struck Frisia with supernatural power. Suddenly, Frisia trembled. Then, Frisia woke up suddenly, eyes widened, and shook his head. When he felt where he was, Frisia was furious. However, Frisia was horrified to discover that the energy in her body seemed to be sealed by something. Let's go. Roger went forward and grabbed Vegeta's neck, turned into a colorful flame, and disappeared quickly. Seeing Roger flying away from the scene, all of Frisia's little brothers were panicked. Everyone quickly wanted to dig out Frisia. What shocked Sabo and others was that the land that fell into Frisia was so strong that it could not be broken at all. How is this possible? Sabo was stunned. Who is he? Dodoria was also terrified. A hole. Frisia must kill him. Frisia shivered with anger. Call out. Roger grabbed Vegeta by the neck and soared in the starry sky. You let me go. Vegeta felt that he was so sad that the dignified Prince Scion was caught as a kitten. Be honest. Roger shouted. Vegeta stopped speaking. Vegeta felt it was necessary to re-evaluate Roger's strength. Too strong. How can you be your greatest power minister? No. Scion is all dead, what else to be the king of Scion? Vegeta suddenly felt sad. Call out. Roger broke through the void suddenly. Vegeta was stunned. And suddenly saw that a large golden cloud appeared above him. What is this place? Vegeta didn't mention how surprised. This is the underworld. Roger said. Underworld? Am I dead? Vegeta was startled. No, dead people have auras on their heads. Roger pointed to the ghosts in the line below. Vegeta glanced over there, her face changing steadily. Call out. In the next moment, Vegeta saw that a very small green planet appeared right in front of him. Hey! Just as Vegeta wondered where this is, Roger took Vegeta and landed on that planet. This planet. The gravity is the same as planet Vegeta. Vegeta looked at the ground. Hello World King. Roger greeted with a smile. The World King ran out quickly, and when he saw Roger, he was a little confused. The Realm King's god status is too low, how can you know Angel? It's just that the Realm King can sense the powerful divine power of Roger. This is Vegeta? Scion's little prince. The Realm King's eyes widened. Asterisk. Chapter 15 Trainee Angel Myers. Who is this guy? Realm King? What does it do? Vegeta was puzzled, looking at Realm King with a confused expression. Ji Wang, please help me train him for 10 days. Roger greeted the Ji Wang. Hey! Ji Wang was startled. Vegeta, follow him to practice well, and I will come back in 10 days. Roger patted Vegeta on the head. Call out. After Roger's voice fell, it turned into a colorful streamer, which disappeared in a flash. Immediately afterwards, Roger flew quickly in the direction of the earth. In the process of marching, the tail that turned out behind Roger also slowly disappeared. At the same time, Roger's clothing was transformed into ordinary clothing for people on Earth. Just as Roger had just entered the Milky Way galaxy, a burst of colorful flames came quickly toward this side. Hey! The opponent appeared in front of Roger. Roger stopped slowly. Myers? Are you grown up? Roger recognized him at a glance. It was Myers. Yes, Roger, I joined the Galaxy Patrol a month ago and came to experience. Myers greeted friendly. How much is your angel power? Roger asked. 1800, Myers replied, scratching his head. I only spent 10 points in a month. It's too difficult. I don't know when I can consume all the angel's power. Roger. Roger didn't know what to say. After consuming 10 points in a month, there is still so little angel's power left in this product. Seeing his angel power of over 9,700, Roger had a headache. By the way, where did you go, Roger? Myers asked. Planet Vegeta. Roger replied with a dark face. I heard that planet Vegeta has been destroyed. Frisia did it. Myers said. Roger's face was even more ugly. Read more at fictionzone.net. If you don't speak, no one treats you as dumb. Roger, I heard that your angel power is up to 10,000. Is it true? Myers asked again. Roger nodded, his face darker. As long as you consume and transform all of the angel's power and allow the realm of true gods to break through, you will become the big angel in the future. Myers said excitedly. Roger did not speak. But I found that this angel's power is too slow to consume. Your 10,000 angel's power, based on my consumption rate, will take at least 100 years. Of course, this is also an average calculation, maybe longer. Listen. Saying that the last 100 angels' power is very difficult to consume. Myers didn't seem to notice Roger's terrifying eyes, and said to himself, so, it might take you 1,000 years to get these angels. The power has been completely consumed, but I don't know how many real god realms can be transformed, but it's nothing, 1,000 years is not a long time for us angel. Boom. Roger slapped it over, and then quickly rotated the spot that Myers had taken. Roger turned around and left. It's too heartbreaking. You have little angel power, you show off in front of me. However, I am stronger than you, and I will see you once and beat you once in the future. Roger turned into a colorful flame and disappeared quickly. Myers turned around for 10 minutes before slowly stopping. Myers felt his head dizzy. Seeing Roger's disappearing figure, Myers was lost for a while. Why do you make me go around? Is turning a circle also a kind of experience? Myers scratched his head, glanced thoughtfully in the direction where Roger had disappeared, and returned to the Galaxy Patrol headquarters. Roger turned into a colorful flame and went straight to the direction of the Earth. Hey! Roger appeared above the headquarters of the Magnum Capsule Company the next moment, silently looking at the building below. Immediately afterwards, Roger's body gradually became smaller. When I look again, Roger seems to have become a child only 5 or 6 years old. Snapped. Roger descended from the sky and took a deep breath. For a period of time in the future, just spend it on the earth. I hope that a peaceful life will also let me consume angel's power. Roger pondered. Hey, who are you? Why did you come to our house? 3 minutes later, Roger heard a little girl questioning himself from a distance. The little girl seemed to be about 6 years old, with blue hair and a pigtail, and she looked pretty cute. Are you Bulma? Roger asked, looking at the little girl. How do you know my name? Bulma asked warily. My name is Roger, and I am a god who has been in the human world. Blessed are you. I will stay in your house for a period of time. Roger told the truth. Puff. Bulma smiled at the time. Roger did not speak. To be honest, why don't you believe it? You say you are a god? This kind of deceitful trick, you can lie to the children, don't lie to me. Bulma angered. Aren't you a kid? You seem to be 6 years old. Roger smiled. Hey? I forgot. I'm a kid too. Bulma hugged his head with a sad look on his face. Asterisk. Chapter 16 Myers, Roger, why turn me around? So, did you agree? Roger asked. I didn't agree. Bulma shouted. Well, what are your wishes? I can help you achieve it. Roger said. What wish? Bulma thoughtfully raised her head and glanced at Roger. My family is so rich. Your question makes me really embarrassed. Roger really wanted to beat the kid. Can we not pretend? I am not as capable of acting as an angel than you. Yes, I want strawberries that can never be eaten. Bulma looked at Roger and asked excitedly, can you do it? Roger. Bulma, this female doll. A few years later, she was looking for the purpose of Dragon Ball, which is also a strawberry that can never be eaten. However, at that time, Bulma had grown up, and it was better to find a Prince Charming than the strawberries that could never be eaten. Things you get easily, you won't cherish them. Roger said. You can't change it. Bulma looked at Roger. There is a way to fulfill your wish. Roger said, you can find a golden bead in your warehouse. Warehouse. Bulma beckoned to a robot. Have you heard? Go and find a golden bead. The robot was quickly found in the warehouse and returned with the Dragon Ball. Bulma picked up the Dragon Ball and took a closer look. Hey? There are 2 stars in it. What are they doing? What a strange thing. Bulma looked through it and couldn't see why, and then seemed to think of something. You secretly put the beads in the warehouse, right? This is the Dragon Ball. There are 7 stars in total. There are 1 to 7 stars in each. Your star is also called the 2-star Dragon Ball. Roger explained. Dragon Ball? Can it be eaten as a strawberry? Bulma bared his stammered teeth, took a bite on the Dragon Ball, and exclaimed, it's so hard. Toothache. Dragon Balls are scattered all over the world. I have collected 7 Dragon Balls. Just say come out Shenron and Shenron will appear and fulfill any of your wishes. Roger said, your strawberry will never be finished, you can ask Shenron for it. Are you lying to the child? Bulma didn't believe it. Read more at fictionzone.net. You can look up some related ancient documents, and there are records on Dragon Ball. Roger smiled. 3 hours later. Sure enough, Bulma found an introduction about Dragon Ball, and he was a little surprised. However, Bulma would not believe that Roger was something that God had come to experience. For the sake of providing me with the Dragon Ball, I will let you live in our house, but if you are a bad guy, I will be very kind to you. Bulma said, with a laser gun in his hand. Call out. Bulma pulled the trigger. A laser beam shot from the muzzle. Boom. On the artificial lake in the distance, the tide raised 10 meters in height. Have you seen? Bulma looked smug. This gun is powerful, but I researched it. And even if you snatch this gun, it's useless. The trigger is recognized by fingerprints. It's wrong. Fingerprints will not emit laser light. That night. What? Roger is a god? Come to the human world to experience. Bulma's father, Dr. Brives, couldn't help coughing, then he laughed and helped his glasses. Ha ha ha, it's a creative way of saying it. Okay, whatever you want. Aren't you boring? Just let Roger play with you in the future. Dr. Brives was not upset by the addition of a stranger in the house. The Magnum Capsule Company is too big. So big that even if all the Namek people are here, it still won't feel crowded. Even if there is a person like Roger in the family, it is not a big deal for the Bulma family. In this way, Roger temporarily stayed at Bulma's house. 10 days later. Roger, I'm going to find Dragon Ball. Bulma said. Don't make trouble, how old are you? Wait until you are an adult. Roger reprimanded. I'm no longer a kid. Bulma pouted, unhappy. You are only 6 years old, you are embarrassed to say. Roger said. I want strawberries that I can never finish eating. Bulma pouted. I'm going out today. Roger said. Where are you going? When will you be back? After Bulma asked, she turned her head and found that Roger was gone. Bulma was puzzled. What about people? Roger? What about you people? Bulma shouted. 3 minutes later. Roger, you come out, I don't like playing hide and seek at all. Bulma pouted and shouted. Call out. Roger turned into a colorful flame and broke into the sky. When passing by the Galaxy Patrol headquarters, the colorful flames passed directly through Myers' room. Boom! Roger slapped Mel's on the body. Suddenly, Myers spun quickly on the spot. After 10 minutes, Myers stopped turning, and Roger had long since disappeared. Roger! What's up? Why turn me around? Myers stared. Is it true that spinning around is a kind of experience? Asterisk. Chapter 17 Vegeta, do you dare to bark your teeth at me? Add more rewards for 1341, 778, 7741. The World King's Planet. King Kai lay on the ground with a bruised nose and swollen face, yelling constantly. Hey, can you teach me to be stronger only at your level? You can't even beat me, you are too weak. Vegeta stepped on the Realm King's body and said with a cold face. Vegeta, although I am not as strong as you, but I. The Realm King wanted to tell Vegeta that he could make Vegeta stronger. But he swallowed the words again when they reached their lips. The King of the world is tired. If you make this kid stronger, wouldn't he be even more sad? I've been beaten like this by this kid now, can I pay it back in the future? The World King simply stopped talking. I hope the god named Roger will come quickly. Ahem, Vegeta, you are too much. After Roger arrived, he just saw the scene of the Realm King being bullied and couldn't help coughing. Hey! Roger, you can count it, take me out of this place. Vegeta raised his foot and looked at Roger with a smile on his face. Ouch! The World King got up from the ground, his mouth couldn't help twitching, his face was embarrassed. Hey, Roger, I really don't know what you are doing for bringing me to this planet. Let me practice with this idiot. I am much stronger than him. Vegeta looked proud. So, you haven't learned anything for 10 days? Roger asked with a dark face. What to learn? Is it necessary? Vegeta snorted. This guy's combat power is less than 10,000. A guy of this level really disappoints me. Roger's face grew darker. The World King was silent on the side. Yes, his strength is not as good as Vegeta. Roger, take me out of here, I'm going to clean up Frisia. Vegeta was confident. Boom! Roger slapped it. With a muffled sound, Vegeta's body penetrated the entire planet on the spot and flew out from the other side of the planet. Vegeta flew up to a height, and then fell into a free fall. Boom! Vegeta's body hit the ground and almost fainted. Read more at fictionzone.net. Hey! Roger flew over, stepped on Vegeta's body with his feet, and rolled on the ground. Realm King. So cruel. Who is this young man? I'm here to let you practice with the Realm King. You are good. It took 10 days to increase your combat effectiveness by 10. Roger was so angry that his nose was crooked, so he stepped on Vegeta's body with his feet, just like kneading dough. The grass rolled back and forth. Damn it! Vegeta bared his teeth. Do you dare to bark your teeth at me? Roger slapped him, knocking out Vegeta's teeth several times. Vegeta said nothing. Although the Realm King is not as strong as you, he is a very good teacher. Vegeta, I really don't know who gives you the confidence. Roger reprimanded. Vegeta simply stopped talking. He found that the more he talked, or the stare, the harder Roger rolled himself. Speak. Is there nothing to say? Roger shouted. Vegeta. Realm King. So cruel. But it's so cool. Roger reprimanded Vegeta for a while. After all, he didn't give up his intentions. Vegeta can also be regarded as the first person Roger came to planet Vegeta, and he was also regarded as his own little follower. In order to be a little selfish, Roger still somewhat took care of Vegeta. Otherwise, Roger would not bring Vegeta to the World King's planet and let him practice with the World King. Just judging from the current situation, it is impossible to stay here any longer. This kid bullied the Realm King into this way. It's strange that Realm King can teach him skills. But forgiving Vegeta so easily, Roger has no face? Roger glanced at the World King. You are saying something. If you don't speak, I can't keep rolling Vegeta down like this, can I? That. Roger, forget it. The corner of Ji Wang's mouth twitched, and he hurried over to answer. Boom. Roger slapped the World King into the depths of the earth with a slap. You shit, you can't even do such a small thing. Roger scolded. The World King is about to cry. I'm so innocent. I have provoked someone. Call out. Roger did not stay here, took Vegeta, turned into a colorful flame, and quickly disappeared. Hey! A scepter appeared in Roger's hand, and a beam of healing light hit Vegeta's body. Suddenly, Vegeta's injury was completely healed. Hey! My injury, all right. Vegeta recovered immediately, with a little excitement on his face. At the same time, Vegeta also discovered that his combat effectiveness has also improved a lot. Hey! Roger, will you heal? Vegeta asked in surprise, and looked at Roger expectantly. Roger saw it. Vegeta's eyes seemed to say, torture him, and then heal him. Asterisk. Chapter 18 Roger, are you Super Saiyan? Add more rewards for 1372-442-5918. It's not a good thing for your future practice to simply recover from dying to improve your combat effectiveness. Roger said. I think my current combat effectiveness should have surpassed Frieza. Vegeta's immature face was full of confidence. Roger, maybe I'm all Super Saiyan now. Take me to Frieza. I'm going to kill myself. Roger didn't pay attention to Vegeta. Where is this kid's self-confidence? There was a moment of silence. Do you know why Frieza is destroying planet Vegeta? Roger asked. Hey, isn't it because Frieza is afraid of the birth of Super Saiyan in our Saiyan? Vegeta snorted, I am a genius fighter in Saiyan, maybe I am already Super Saiyan now. After saying this, Vegeta looked directly at Roger. Roger, are you Super Saiyan? Vegeta asked. Roger shook his head. You are so strong, you are not Super Saiyan yet. Vegeta asked in surprise. Let's go, take you to meet the real Super Saiyan. Roger did not answer Vegeta's question. Hey! I saw Roger gently turning the space-time ring. Roger took Vegeta and disappeared in the same place. 5 minutes later. Right in front of Vegeta, an extremely familiar planet appeared. Planet Vegeta, Is that planet Vegeta? Vegeta exclaimed. Planet Vegeta was not destroyed. Roger did not know, and accelerated the speed of his flight. Soon, Roger took Vegeta and appeared directly above Burdock. Is that Burdock? Sure enough, planet Vegeta is still there. Vegeta was a little excited, but still a little confused. The strange thing is that the scenery on this planet is a bit different from planet Vegeta. Learning with Burdock here, this is your last chance. Roger finished. Boom. Roger flew up and kicked Vegeta down. After 10 days of getting along, Burdock still missed his wife and children in his heart, but finally calmed down. Read more at fictionzone.net. Especially helping the planters to fight off a few universe pirates, it made Burdock feel at ease. It's just that Burdock felt helpless when he thought that this place was 1,000 years ago. The only thing that makes Burdock feel fortunate is that it seems that according to this history, as long as he has lived for 1,000 years, he can really see his wife. Burdock suddenly became a little excited. These days, Burdock has been getting along well with the natives of Plant Planet, especially the kid named Bailey. Seeing Bailey, Burdock couldn't help thinking of his youngest son Cockroach. Cockroach, it was the same when he was 3 years old. Wrong. How could Cockroach look like this? However, Cockroach's true character that day should be his mother, right? Burdock looked up to the sky and sighed. Then, I couldn't sigh anymore. Burdock saw a dark figure falling from the sky. Boom. Vegeta's body was pressed directly on Burdock's head. Burdock sank deeply into the ground. Vegeta also cried out in pain. Damn it, Roger, what are you doing? Vegeta gritted his teeth and stood up from the ground. When Burdock heard Roger's name, he immediately sprang out of the ground. Roger! Where are you? Burdock asked quickly. Roger ignored the two, just floating so high in the air, watching them with a smile. Hey! Your Highness Vegeta? It's you. Burdock turned his head and saw Vegeta, and asked in surprise, are you still alive? Where's Raditz? What Raditz? Vegeta was taken aback. Didn't your Highness take Raditz to an alien mission with him? Burdock asked. Burdock, do you think that with the strength of this prince, as for bringing an oil bottle to do the task? Vegeta grumbled and said, I won't go. It looks like Nappa is carrying Rads out. Raditz didn't return to planet Vegeta, right? Burdock asked again. I don't know. Vegeta snorted. Even if I know, I won't tell you. I'm going back to the palace, goodbye. After speaking, Vegeta soared into the air and flew away. Burdock. The palace? This is Plant Planet. Where is the palace? 3 minutes later. Vegeta flew back from a distance. Hey, what is this place? Why is it totally different from our planet Vegeta? Vegeta asked strangely. Don't you know? Burdock glanced at Vegeta. Know what? Vegeta asked. This is 1,000 years ago. Burdock said solemnly. What? 1,000 years ago? What's a joke? Vegeta exclaimed. Asterisk. Chapter 19 Transform. Burdock makes Super Saiyan. Reward for 12130537 MING plus more. Burdock showed a serious expression. No? It was really 1,000 years ago. Vegeta's face sank when seeing Burdock not joking. What? Roger didn't tell you. Burdock glanced at Vegeta. Roger, come out. Come out. Take me back. Vegeta shouted. Roger was too lazy to answer. Vegeta yelled a few times and saw that there was no response, and then looked at Burdock a few more times. Hey, Roger said, let me learn from you? So, are you Super Saiyan? Vegeta asked. Super Saiyan? How is it possible? Burdock shook his head. Then what do you want me to learn from you? This guy is so nasty, I will defeat him one day. Let him bow his head. Vegeta bared his teeth. Boom! As he was speaking, an invisible divine power covered him, directly pressing Vegeta down. What's the situation? Burdock looked stunned. You are fine, why did you get down? Damn it! Let go of me! Vegeta snarled. I didn't touch you. Burdock said quickly. Call out. At this moment, I saw a universe spaceship slowly falling in the distance. Someone is coming. Is that the guy named Zild? Burdock's expression became heavy. Zilder? Who? Vegeta asked uncontrollably, lying on the ground. He's coming. Burdock said solemnly. Sure enough, the next moment Vegeta saw a person who looked similar to Frieza, who appeared on the opposite side of Burdock. At the same time, there were two younger brothers beside Zild. The two little brothers were beaten by Burdock before, so Zild was called for revenge. Frieza? It's that guy Frieza! Vegeta yelled, and then shook his head. It looks alike, not Frieza. Child gave Vegeta a confused look. Whose kid is this? Read more at fictionzone.net. Why are you lying on the ground? Humph, did they hit you? Zild said with a black face. The two brothers nodded vigorously and pointed at Burdock. Who are you? Zild asked looking at Burdock. Scion, Burdock. Burdock said coldly. Scion. Zild was taken aback for a moment, then looked at Vegeta. Hey, even if you find a child to lie down and beg for mercy, I won't let you go. Of course, if you come to lie down like that child, too. Begging for mercy, I might consider forgiving you. You think too much, he just likes that position, but I don't like it. Burdock sneered. Hey, lifeless guy, he doesn't cry if he doesn't see the coffin. Zild rubbed his nose, his face turned gloomy. In the future, Frieza will destroy my planet. Here, I will never allow that kind of history, the future will be staged again. Burdock stammered, and the energy in his body burst out frantically. Immediately afterwards, Burdock flew away in the direction of Child. Burdock's fist broke through the void and went straight to Zild's door. Boom! It's just that Zild's speed is faster. Zild's knee slammed into Burdock's abdomen. Puff! Blood spurted from Burdock's mouth. Zild grabbed Burdock by the hair, and slapped loudly in the face. Boom! Child flew up and kicked Burdock to the ground. Puff! The moment Burdock fell to the ground, he felt a sweet throat and a mouth full of blood sprayed on the ground. Burdock! At this moment, Bailey rushed forward quickly, tears falling. You go away! Burdock shouted. Burdock, hurry up, I'll treat you! Bailey said, and quickly poured the healing potion in his hand on Burdock. Oh? Plant Kid! Are you brave enough to treat this guy in front of me? Zild's face fell cold. You are a badass! Bailey said loudly. Hey, life and death! Zild stepped forward. Boom! Zild slapped Bailey's oval head back with a slap. With a muffled noise, Bailey's body flew high at the time, leaving a blood mark in the air and rolling down onto the ground. Burdock's eyes widened, and when he fixed his eyes, Bailey was already dead and alive. An unobtrusive kid, Child said coldly. You're the next one, Scion Burdock. Snapped. Burdock stood up suddenly from the ground. Boom! A golden lightning fell from the sky and crashed on Burdock's head. Snapped. Burdock's pupils suddenly changed color, turning green. Boom! The next moment, Burdock's hair stood up high and turned into a golden color. At the same time, Burdock's whole body was full of golden flames. What's the situation? Vegeta's pupils shrank and looked at the weird scene in surprise. I can't forgive you. Zild. Burdock walked step by step in Zild's direction. Asterisk. Chapter 20 Burdock, Roger, I want to challenge you. For the reward of loves. Zild was also a little dazed. Why did it turn into yellow hair? But soon Zild calmed down. Do you think you can beat Zild with a change of appearance? Zild said coldly. Burdock didn't speak, and stepped again in Zild's direction. Death. Zild snorted coldly, the flames condensed in his fingers, and a crimson flame went straight to Burdock's direction. Boom. Burdock waved his hand and slapped the light away on the spot. Immediately afterwards, Burdock kicked out abruptly. This kick hit Zild's chest directly. Woo! Zild's face was contorted with convulsions, and the whole person flew backwards. Boom! Child's body fell heavily in the distant jungle, spurting blood. Hey! Burdock flew high. Dead. Burdock waved his hand and threw an energy bomb toward Zild's location. Boom! There was a loud noise from Zild's position. Child passed out at the time, his vitality was dissipating. Master Zild! Master Zild! The two younger brothers hurried over. You two, it's not a pity to die. Burdock looked at the two children with murderous intent. The two of them were terrified, stopped hurriedly, looked at Burdock in amazement, trembling all over. However, I have more important things to do. Burdock smiled softly, raised his head, and looked up at the sky. Call out! Burdock turned into a golden glow and rushed into the sky. While Burdock didn't notice his side, the two younger brothers hurriedly took the seriously injured Zild, quickly stepped onto the Universe spacecraft, and left Planet Plant. Humph, Roger, you really are here. I knew you would be here. Burdock squinted at Roger on the opposite side. Why? Become Super Scion and start to be arrogant. Roger smiled. Just now, Roger made a little movement just to attract Burdock over. If Roger really wanted Burdock to find him, Burdock would never find him. Read more at fictionzone.net. Let me return to the time when Planet Vegeta still exists, and I will let you go. Burdock said coldly. Naive. Roger smiled softly, and an upside-down golden hook kicked directly on Burdock. Boom! Burdock was like a cannonball, and it slammed heavily on the ground at that time. Puff! Burdock spewed out a mouthful of blood, and the golden flames on his body suddenly dissipated. Little Super Scion, dare to scream in front of me. Roger placed his foot on Burdock and rolled back and forth. Burdock was stunned. I have become Super Scion. Can I even beat Roger? How is this going? Who is he? Snapped. At this time, the supernatural pressure on Vegeta was gone, and he hurriedly moved in. Seeing Roger rolling his feet on Burdock's body, Vegeta suddenly felt gloating. So fun! Roger, you said he was Super Saiyan just now with golden light. Vegeta thoughtfully. Understand this time? Roger asked rhetorically. This is really 1000 years ago? That guy just now was Frisia's ancestor. Vegeta pondered. You can understand that? Roger nodded slightly. How did he become Super Saiyan? How do I feel out of anger? Vegeta asked again. Take care of this yourself slowly. Roger smiled. So, what about this guy? Vegeta asked again. Stay, he is the beginning of the legendary story of Super Saiyan. Roger smiled. Boom. The next moment, Roger's feet were covered with divine power. With a muffled noise, Burdock sank deeply into the ground, revealing only half of his head. Burdock, live well, see you in 1000 years. Roger smiled slightly. Immediately afterwards, Roger took Vegeta to turn the space-time ring. Hey! Roger disappeared with Vegeta. Burdock got up from the ground with a look of embarrassment, his body madly emerged, and the golden glow of his body bloomed, becoming Super Saiyan again. Roger, take me back! Burdock shouted. Shouting, Roger did not show up. Burdoc's golden glow broke apart and hit the ground of Plant Planet with a heavy punch. "I want to go home," Burdock said solemnly. "Burdock, from now on, this will be your home." Bailey walked up. Just now when Burdock was fighting Zild, Bailey had been cured by the healing potion. Burdock glanced at Bailey. Boom! Burdock kicked Bailey and rolled several somersaults. "Burdock! What's wrong with you?" Bailey's parents were shocked. The planters were all trembling with fright. "Isn't Burdock very easygoing? Why did it suddenly go bad?" "Go away, my home is in Planet Vegeta." Burdock let out a cold snort, turned into a golden glow, and flew high into the sky. P.S. Ask for a reward, reward one person plus one change, no capping. A reward of 1,000 book coins plus 2 more. Asterisk. Chapter 21 Super Scion and Super Scion God. The distant starry sky. Zild was dying. "Tell my people, to be aware that they will turn into blonde hair." Super Scion. Zild confessed his last words and sighed, "Super Scion. God. I'm not reconciled." Then Zild died. The boys heard it wrong, and heard it as Super Scion and Super Scion God. Thus, the legend about Super Scion and Super Scion God is deeply engraved in the hearts of the Frisia family. In the blink of an eye, Roger took Vegeta back to his era. After returning, Roger immediately felt his angel's power. This time, the Burdock problem was solved, and angel's power was consumed a lot. Especially Burdock became Super Scion because Roger played a big role in it. Today, Roger's angel power still has 9,600 left. To survive this trip, Roger consumed a total of 200 angel's power. You know, in the past 2 years, Roger has only consumed 200 angel's power in total. "Roger, who are you?" Vegeta looked at Roger in surprise. This guy can even survive Super Scion, which is too abnormal. "Go find your little friend," Roger said, turning into a colorful flame, soaring in the starry sky. 10 minutes later, Roger appeared high above a certain planet. Vegeta took a condescending look. "Hey? Is it Raditz, the son of Nappa and Burdock?" Vegeta was startled slightly. "Don't provoke Frisia for now, he is much stronger than you think," Roger exhorted to Vegeta. "Better than Burdock?" Vegeta was taken aback and asked. "Burdock, not Frisia's opponent," Roger affirmed. "What? Isn't Super Scion Frisia's opponent?" Vegeta didn't mention how surprised he was, his eyes widened and his face was unhappy. "It depends on what kind of Super Scion." Roger smiled. "Go on, I won't kick you this time, I will save you some face." Vegeta. "What about you, Roger? What are your plans?" Vegeta asked. "Me? I'm too strong, I have to find a way to become weak, or the entire universe will be destroyed." Roger sighed. Read more at fictionzone.net. Vegeta's face froze, speechless. "Can you stop blowing? You say you are strong, I believe. But you say you are strong enough to weaken. You are so powerful that the universe is about to destroy. Who are you lying to? Do you think I am a 3-year-old child?" Vegeta rolled his eyes and stared at Roger. Boom! Roger flew up and kicked Vegeta down. Boom! Vegeta's body hit the ground heavily, leaving a big hole in the ground. Scions of Nappa and Raditz below were taken aback, and one by one increased their vigilance. "Vegeta! Didn't you say that if you don't kick me this time, you want to save me some face?" "Yes. His Royal Highness Vegeta." Nappa finally recognized Vegeta. "His Royal Highness, how could you fall from the sky?" Raditz looked up blankly. "Will you die?" Nappa patted Vegeta's back cautiously. Vegeta gritted his teeth and stood up. "Scion is the only 4 of you left." Vegeta looked at the remaining 4 Scions. "Especially, there is no way to become the king of Scion. The four of Napa nodded. How did you capture this planet? Vegeta asked with a black face. His Royal Highness, we fought for 10 days and finally captured this planet. Napa said hastily. Very well, finally didn't disappoint me. Little Master Vegeta nodded likewise. His Royal Highness, I heard that planet Vegeta was hit by a huge meteorite, destroyed. Napa asked tentatively. Meteorite? What Frisia said. Vegeta was taken aback and asked. Yes. Napa nodded. Yes, that's right. Vegeta didn't refute. The meteorite is just a meteorite. One day, my Vegeta will surpass Roger and become the most powerful fighter in this universe. Vegeta never dreamed that he had set a goal that would never be surpassed. An opponent he couldn't surpass anyway. Take care of the Vegeta business. What Roger didn't expect was that the consumption of Angel's power actually reached 200. Why is this happening? Roger was a little excited. After thinking about it carefully, Roger seemed to have a little bit of enlightenment. Could it be because is the average number of creatures in the universe? It seems that this is possible. Roger still remembers that in the future power conference, the average level of the 7th universe is only about 3. Among all universes, it is the second lowest. The penultimate one seems to be the 9th universe. Asterisk. Chapter 22 Turning around is also a kind of experience. What did Roger do to Vegeta? It is nothing more than to enhance his combat effectiveness. It's just that this only improves Vegeta's combat effectiveness alone. Ordinarily, the average level of universe will not increase much. Roger shook his head, not thinking about this complicated question for the time being. In short, let's take a look again. Call out. Roger turned into a colorful flame and flew away quickly in the direction of the Milky Way. When passing by the Galaxy Patrol headquarters where Myers was located, the corner of Roger's mouth curled up, and he ran toward Myers' room again. Hey! What Roger didn't expect was that this time he actually rushed to the air. Ha ha ha, Roger, I won't fall twice in the same position, this time I have already sensed that you are about to appear. Mel's ha-ha smiled and hovered near Roger. Roger did not speak. By the way Roger, recently my father made an angel ranking. Have you seen it? Myers said, I should call him Grand Priest. It is not appropriate to call his father. Sorry. You want to tell me that you are a direct line of the Grand Priest? I am not, am I? Roger's face was a little dark. I didn't mean that. In fact, Roger is not easy for you. You are the divine fruit of the universe's divine power, and you will definitely be more promising than the heirs of our Grand Priest. Myers smiled. Roger's face didn't look good. How to give Roger the feeling, Myers is saying that he is equivalent to a wild one. If it wasn't for the fact that Myers was not malicious, Roger really wanted to kill him. Angels are all condensed on the God Tree of Angel. There is more than one angel tree. Roger and Myers are not in the same tree. Similar to Koron from the 8th universe, Whis from the 7th universe, Vados from the 6th universe, and the guy in front of me named Myers, they are all heirs of the Grand Priest. Read more at fictionzone.net. As for which angel is also the heir of the Grand Priest, Roger doesn't know, and there is no need to know. Maybe there is, maybe not. It can be said that Grand Priest's heirs have no blood relationship with Roger. Roger sometimes wonders, how did the Grand Priest give birth to Myers? Could it be Grand Priest and the tree? This is too funny. Roger shivered and looked at Myers sympathetically. Myers didn't know why Roger had this look suddenly. By the way, Roger, I spent another 10 points of Angel's supernatural power in these 10 days. Seeing that Roger's face was not so good, Myers quickly changed the subject. Help! Would you like to come with Roger? It just so happens that we are partners and we can study and study together to learn how to practice faster. Roger stared. You mention the power of Angel again. You have little angel power, so why do you always mention this? Boom! Roger slapped it over. Myers spins as fast as a top. Roger turned into a colorful flame, and disappeared in a flash. 3 minutes later. Hey, Roger, didn't you watch the rankings? Myers' voice came from afar. Send it to me. Roger replied lightly. Well. Myers replied, and then muttered, but, why did you turn me? Stupid. Letting you go around is to let you feel the power of the universe and speed up your experience. Roger reprimanded. Sure enough. Mel's believed. Roger. How stupid to be an angel. You really feel the power of my angel. Roger has already seen the Earth, but he can still communicate with Myers remotely. What? When I saw you last time, you seemed to be more than 9,700. In the past 10 days, why did you consume 300? Myers didn't mention how shocked. If you also calculate according to this consumption rate, you can complete the experience in less than a year. Roger didn't answer. Is really turning around to speed up my experience and the speed of consuming Angel's power? Myers asked again. Get it by yourself. Roger replied faintly. That's right, it won't work. Myers replied, thank you, Roger. Especially if I accidentally let you go around in the past, your understanding of experience will be higher. You are 2 years younger than me. You are my brother. I treat you well. Roger smiled. Myers thanked again. Roger held back his laugh. Beep. At this moment, Roger felt his scepter tremble slightly, knowing that it was Myers who sent the angel rankings. Roger immediately opened the angel ranking and glanced quickly. Asterisk. Chapter 23 Angel Ranking. The angel ranking list currently has only 5 rankings. Number 1, Koron. Identity, 8th Universe Angel. True God Realm, 750. Number 2, Whis. Identity, 7th Universe Angel. True God Realm, 641. Third place, Avamo. Identity, 1st Universe Angel. True God Realm, 540. Number 4, Martinu. Identity, 12th Universe Angel. True God Realm, 525. Fifth place, Vados. Identity, 6th Universe Angel. True God Realm, 410. Worthy of being the son of Grand Priest. The 3 sons and daughters are all on the list. Koron of the 8th Universe ranks 1st. 7th, Universe's Whis ranked 2nd. Vados in the 6th Universe is a bit worse, only ranked 5th. Rao is so, it can be considered very impressive. Roger knew the value of the True God Realm. This was already known when Roger was in the lower realm. In the realm of true gods, it is the conversion of the consumed angel's power. Sometimes there is more conversion, sometimes less. The average is about 1:100 ratio. For example, now Roger's angel power consumes 600, which should be transformed into a 6-point true God realm. However, in the actions against Vegeta and Burdock, a bit more was transformed. Read more at fictionzone.net. Roger's true God realm has now reached 10. Moreover, after consuming all angels' power, the realm of true gods will undergo a huge transformation. It differs from angel, some are more, some are less. Of course, compared with the angels in the rankings, Roger still has a big gap. However, Roger is indeed the angel with the most angel power in history. From the 1st universe to the 7th universe angel, after completing the internship, the highest is about 60 true gods. But these angels live too long. After so many years, they have cultivated the realm of true gods. Roger, how many true gods are you in? Have you transformed a lot? Myers asked. 100, Roger said. Myers was taken aback, unable to say anything. Why is it so high? Impossible, right? Do you believe it? Roger smiled. Myers. Let's not take such a joke, okay? The leaderboard, how often is it updated? Roger asked. 10 years. Myers groaned. It seems that this list has basically not changed much. My eldest brother Callum has always been the number 1. The third brother Wis has not caught up for many years, but too it's not easy for my sister. I heard that she was able to shoot 8th and it was pretty good, but this time she actually entered the top 5. Yes, I will be on the list someday. Roger smiled and interrupted the call. Roger glanced at the Magnum Capsule Company headquarters below. Hey! Roger's body shrank rapidly, and the clothes on his body immediately took on a new look. In the blink of an eye, Roger turned into an earthling who seemed to be only about 7 years old. Roger descended from the sky and landed in the courtyard of Bulma's house. Roger, when did you come back? Bulma was a little excited when he saw Roger. Roger was gone for only 1 day. Bulma felt that after Roger left, the family was a bit boring. Just came back. Roger smiled. Where have you been? Bulma asked curiously. Go to outer space and go around. Roger smiled slightly. Roger, do you know? You're good everywhere, just, can we not brag? Bulma stared irritably. 20 days later. Frisia's seal broke on its own. Frisia had a dark face, and killed all the boys present, leaving only Sabo and Dodoria. The image of the universe emperor can't be destroyed by these unknown men. You too, won't you tell me? Frisia gave Sabo and Dodoria a sideways look, and asked with a cold face. Sabo knelt on the ground, his head pressed tightly against the ground, and his whole body was trembling with fright. Dodoria also wanted to keep his head against the ground, but he was so fat that he couldn't touch the ground. Frisia stepped his foot on Dodoria's head and gave it a little effort. Crack! Dodoria suffered a fractured spine. However, Dodoria did not die, and his injuries were not fatal enough. You too, I will spare you not dying this time. Frisia said coldly, however, you immediately find a way to find the guy named Roger for me, this time I will kill him for whatever I say. Sabo and Dodoria kowtowed quickly. The two dared not tell Frisia that he was not Roger's opponent at all. However, when Sabo and Dodoria started looking for Roger, they realized how sad the errand was. Can't find it at all, okay? There is no news at all. But what made the two of them excited was that Roger didn't find it, they did find Vegeta. Vegeta? Is he with the few surviving scions? Frisia groaned slightly. Asterisk. Chapter 24 Bulma, I don't want Prince Charming, for rewards from the zombie god. Your Excellency Frisia, do you want to get him over? Sabo asked. Perhaps you can know Roger's whereabouts from his mouth. Go ahead. Frisia nodded. Sabo just planned to leave to catch Vegeta. Wait. Frisia said, now go and catch Vegeta. If you let Roger know about it, you will definitely run away. In this way, pay close attention to Vegeta's every move. I think that guy named Roger will show up someday. Sabo and Dodoria looked at each other. Both of them were muttering in their hearts. Are you afraid to go? Maybe, from start to finish, looking for Roger is just that you are swollen and fat. Of course, although they thought so in their hearts, they did not dare to speak out. Speaking out, Frisia will definitely kill them. The two are very curious, who is this scion named Roger? In fact, even Frisia was surprised. Roger, who the hell is it? Is it really Super Scion? For a while, Roger stayed at Bulma's home and began to taste the various emotions in the world. Not to mention, this trick is really useful. Angel's power is not too much, but not a lot. However, Roger was able to feel the warmth brought to him by the Bulma family in this ordinary life. AIG 749, the Earth. Before I knew it, 12 years passed in a flash. In the past 12 years, Roger's angel power has consumed nearly 5,000. At the same time, the value of the true God realm that Roger transformed through angel's power also reached a height of 120. Almost double the average conversion. Today, Roger still has 5,100 angels power left. Read more at fictionzone.net. But think about it, Son Goku and minors, the remaining angel power, take your time. Moreover, Roger kind of likes the ordinary life of the Bulma family. No, it's actually not a dull life. It is a life worth enjoying. Because the food at Bulma's is amazing. No wonder Whis wants to keep the earth safe. These delicacies are almost nothing. In the past 12 years, Roger has tasted the delicacies of the world. I'm finally adult. Roger, you promised me that you will accompany me to find Dragon Ball. Bulma has become a young girl waiting to be released, holding Roger's hand, and said coquettishly. What about your wish? Do you still want a strawberry that can never be eaten? Roger also grew taller. No, he became taller, and became a handsome boy. Of course, this is Roger's original image. It just removed Angel's halo. Roger is the only yellow person among all angels. For the rest of Angel, the skin color is mostly blue. Meyer's complexion is lavender. However, the skin color is nothing more than Angel. Angel can change his skin color at any time, as long as you want. Yeah, don't you think? Bulma looked at Roger and said, I have been waiting for this wish for 12 years. I thought your wish was to find a Prince Charming. Roger sighed slightly. Hearing Roger's words, Bulma's face turned red, and he quickly diverted his attention. Hate, I don't want Prince Charming. Bulma shouted. Roger smiled. Stupid. Bulma whispered, turning around. Roger clutched his forehead, nodding his head big. How do you feel that, Roger? Bulma seems to like herself. But think about it, for 12 years of getting along day and night, eating and lodging together, it was almost impossible to sleep. It's normal for Bulma to like herself. It's just that Roger really only sees Bulma as his sister. At least, Roger has no plans to date a girlfriend yet. Maybe, even if you have a girlfriend, you have to find a female angel, right? Roger thinks, should he leave? Go find Dragon Ball and start your journey. Roger changed the subject. What do you mean? Why do you listen to you, don't you go? Bulma asked. I won't go, but I will protect you in secret. Roger said. You promised me. Bulma stared. You promised me 12 years ago. When I am an adult, you will accompany me to find Dragon Ball. Well, I will accompany you to find the first Dragon Ball, and I will come back. Roger said. 3. At least accompany me to find 3. Bulma began to make terms. 3 is 3. Roger nodded. It's pretty much the same. Bulma chuckled. By the way, since you've been with me to find the Dragon Ball, don't you have all the Dragon Balls together? Don't you have a wish to be fulfilled? For me, there is no wish that I can't achieve. Roger looked up at the sky. You know bragging. For 12 years, your bragging problem hasn't changed at all. Bulma pouted. Asterisk. Chapter 25. Does anyone choose the new universe? Add a bonus for the Super Saiyan Super 10. Early the next morning, Roger said goodbye to Bulma's parents and accompanied Bulma on the journey of searching for Dragon Ball. It seems all this is so familiar. Little Goku, Master Roshi, Oolong, leaping. One by one future Z fighters appeared in Roger's sight. Because Roger is by Bulma's side, there is no such thing as Goku sleeping on Bulma's body, or Bulma falling in love with leaping, and Bulma lifting her skirt in front of Master Roshi. 3 Dragon Balls were quickly assembled. Roger left without saying goodbye. 3 of them are agreed, just 3. Just as Roger left Bulma, the scepter shook slightly. The scepter is in Roger's different space and can be summoned at any time. Snapped. A scepter suddenly appeared in Roger's hand. Hey! There was a crystal ball on the top of the scepter, and the crystal ball flashed a little, and the face of Myers emerged. Myers, what's the matter? Roger asked. Ross was born. Myers said. Rose? Your sister? Roger was startled slightly. In the impression, Roger indeed found a female angel in the tree of Myers. Well, my sister. Myers nodded slightly, wiping his sweat slightly. How does it feel like a curse? However, Russ is indeed his sister. Roger is not a curse, right? Myers was a little tangled. Where did you practice? Roger asked. Don't talk about where to practice, it's her angel power, as high as you. Myers smiled bitterly, 10,000 angel power. Isn't that good? Roger smiled. It's too difficult, it's too hard to consume. 12 years have passed, and I still have more than 800 angel powers. It may be that my experience direction over the years is wrong. Myers thoughtfully, read more at fictionzone.net. I gave you the way to go around, did you use it? Roger asked. I used it for a year or two, and the effect was good, but I was a little dizzy. Then it was useless, and you won't come to me. Myers sighed slightly, as if he felt that Roger was not authentic enough. Say yes to transfer me without guarding me? Why don't you play any more? Apart from your sister Russ, is there any other angel born? Roger asked. No more. Myers shook his head, but before you, Crude and Sabe went to experience, they too Crude are 30 years older than you, and Sabe Piccolo is 6 years older than you. I have always been a little curious, so many intern angels, once the internship is over, which universe angel will you inherit? Roger couldn't help asking. There are currently 12 universes in total. Each universe has its own angel. Moreover, Angel is immortal. So, after the internship, Angel is going to replace other angels' positions? Angel of the previous 12 universes, is it going to retire? If this is the case, is there a retired angel before this? Where did these angels go? The reason why I asked Myers is because Myers is the son of the Grand Priest and knows more things. Open up a new universe. Myers said, don't you know? Roger's face was dark, and he didn't say a word. I know I still ask you? In addition to the 12 universes, a new universe is being developed. The new universe needs a new angel. Myers explained. New universe, can anyone choose? Roger asked. Of course it is from our intern angels to take over the new universe. Myers said. It's not the default, right? Roger smiled. Haha, it's also possible. Myers scratched his head. Sure enough. In other words, this new universe is basically Myers or his sister Russ. There is an inside story. Who can let someone have a Grand Priest dad? There is no default. Just as Roger sighed slightly, only a majestic voice came from the scepter. Then, Roger suddenly found that his scepter flashed with light, and a blue-green phantom flew out of the scepter. The phantom soon turned into the appearance of the Grand Priest. Father. Myers bowed and saluted at the distant Galaxy Patrol headquarters. Grand Priest had a dark face and did not speak. Master Grand Priest. Myers changed his name immediately. No big or small. Grand Priest scolded. Myers stopped speaking and dropped his head. Then, Grand Priest looked at Roger. Grand Priest. Roger greeted, and then murmured, this eavesdropping technique is no more. Grand Priest stared, wiped his sweat, apparently hearing it. I am a god of the universe, why do you say so wretched? However, Grand Priest is indeed eavesdropping, a bit speechless. Roger, there is no default candidate for the opening of the new universe. You think too much. Grand Priest changed the subject and said with his hands behind his back. All angel internships can fight for this opportunity, including Sabe and Clut. P.S. Please give me a reward. Friends who are capable of rewarding come here. No matter how much, I will give you more. Readers who reward 1,000 book coins at a time, plus 2 more. Asterisk. Chapter 26 Grand Priest, who do you scare? So, how do you fight for it? Roger asked. Look at the true God realm. Angel, the highest in the true God realm, can enter the new universe if he wants to. Grand Priest replied, but the new universe is very dangerous. Even Angel may fall. Whose true God realm is currently the highest? Roger asked. As for the dangers of the new universe that Grand Priest said, Roger didn't take it seriously. Fall? Non-existent. Grand Priest, who are you scaring? In the 8th universe, Sabe ranks first in the realm of true gods, reaching 180. Grand Priest said, if nothing happens, you might choose to settle in a new universe. However, the new universe is still under development. The foundation of the universe is unstable. It is estimated that it will take 20 years to stabilize. Sabe's true god realm is 180. Roger sighed slightly in his heart. If Roger wants to fight, he can work hard in these 20 years to surpass Sabe in the realm of true gods. Grand Priest smiled. In addition, if you are confident, you can find the right gods of time if you are confident. Destruction and Supreme Kai. Good talk. Roger nodded. Then, good luck. Grand Priest smiled, his figure blurred. But soon, the Grand Priest came back. By the way, Roger, I forgot to tell you. Krut's true god domain is not weak, 179, only 1 point less than Sabe. Usually these two people have been fighting in secret, but you and Myers. Forget it, don't say it. After Grand Priest left these words, it disappeared completely. Roger knew what Grand Priest wanted to say. Myers looked a little simple. In other words, a bit silly. In the same stage of Apprentice Angel, I am afraid that Roger is the best. Then. Roger, let's do it together. Myers grinned at Roger. Fortunately, it is not the default. Roger sighed. Haha, yet. Myers wiped his sweat. Then what are you doing? Are you sure you can surpass me? Roger smiled. Myers. There was a moment of silence. Roger, my true god domain is 20, and yours? Myers asked. Stop talking, I'm afraid of hitting you. Roger said. It's okay, I know Roger, you have consumed Angel's power quickly over the years. Myers smiled, you should have realized something, right? Read more at fictionzone.net. Well, take your time by yourself. If it doesn't work, you can go to the Super Dragon Ball and let the God Dragon help you. Roger smiled. Myers. After Roger finished speaking, he interrupted the call. As for Roger's saying that he would find the Dragon of God to make a wish to help consume Angel's power. Although the Dragon of God can do it, it is too high for the realm of the true God to be transformed and is of no use. 20 years. There are still 20 years. Or, take over a new universe to play? So, before going to take over the new universe, you have to find a suitable gods of destruction and Supreme Kai. Who is the right one? Son Goku. This is too naive, is it suitable for Supreme Kai? It doesn't seem appropriate. If you really let Son Goku become the Supreme Kai, maybe you just go to practice all day, how can you have the energy to manage the birth of the planet? It is even more inappropriate to let Son Goku be gods of destruction. It's strange that this kid can destroy the planet. Who is right? If not, let Bulma be the Supreme Kai? Then, let the 18th be gods of destruction? It seems that this combination is a bit interesting. How about bringing them all from GT's Goku to their new universe? Then, let them fight against Super Saiyan God's universe? I don't know whether I can enter GT universe or not, it shouldn't be a big problem. Roger was silent for a long time, as if he had taken over the new universe. Forget it, after all, it will take 20 years for the new universe to stabilize. Take the time to take a trip to GT universe and see if you can fool a few brothers over. Roger counted the time. According to the normal Dragon Ball history, 20 years later, it was almost the time when Son Goku officially took off and achieved Super Saiyan God and ZZZ. Of course, because of his own existence, it may be a lot in advance. And, don't know, what happened to that kid Vegeta? Snapped. The crystal ball on the scepter in Roger's hand flickered, and Vegeta's figure appeared faintly. Hey! Roger then cancelled to check Vegeta's situation with a touch. Just let him. Bulma's search for Dragon Ball for the first time was not very smooth. While looking for the last Dragon Ball, Bulma, Goku, and others met Pilaf and his team. Finally, Oolong asked Shenron for something unspeakable, and Shenron just disappeared. Bulma went home glumly. Leaping stayed in his residence and did not follow Bulma back to the metropolis. Little Goku went to Master Roshi's island and started a new life. When Bulma got home, he saw Roger enjoying the food, and couldn't help being angry. Roger, I'm looking for Dragon Ball hard, you're good, eat delicious at home. Bulma exclaimed angrily. Bulma, you don't lack anything, what do you want Dragon Ball for? Roger sighed, enjoy life now, how great. I almost died, don't you care about me at all? Bulma looked at Roger angrily. It's okay, if you really die, I can resurrect you. Roger smiled. You. Bulma stared at nothing. Asterisk. Chapter 27 Son Goku enters the world King Star. AIG 761, The Earth. On this day, Raditz suddenly came to Earth and told Son Goku's true identity. Roger was watching, holding Bulma shivering. Raditz took Son Gohan, Son Goku's son. Subsequently, Son Goku and Piccolo challenged Raditz together. In this battle, Son Goku and Raditz died together. This time, Roger didn't make a move. For him, it was unnecessary. This is Son Goku's experience. Only in this way can he grow up quickly. But after these 12 years, Roger's angel power has been consumed a bit slowly. It took 12 years to consume more than 3,000 points of angel's power, and the realm of true gods reached 180. However, Roger's angel power has improved, but in the same way, Sabe and Krut are also improving. Today, both Sabe and Krut's angel powers have reached 199. Myers said that it is very difficult to break from 199 to 200. There are still 8 years. 8 years later, the new universe will be completely stable. In 8 years, Roger wondered, how could his angel's power be consumed? Roger, it's terrible, that Saiyan is terrible, even Goku is dead, what should I do? Bulma was so scared today, his body is still trembling. Nothing will happen, Bulma. Roger comforted. You said lightly, I heard Goku's brother said that 2 Saiyans who are stronger than him will come to the Earth in a year. The Earth may really be facing the disaster of extinction. Bulma clenched his fist, it's a pity mine. The level of science is limited, there is no way to make a universe spacecraft, and there is no planet suitable for human habitation. It's useless if you find it. Those 2 Saiyans can detect your location. Roger said. Can't you say something nice? Bulma looked at Roger angrily. Nothing will happen, Bulma. Roger continued. Bulma. Bulma was tired, read more at fictionzone.net. Roger, you said that Goku went to the underworld to practice, can he defeat the 2 Saiyans in a year? Bulma was still not at ease. If you don't have me, you can beat it. Roger shook his head slightly. What do you mean? Bulma looked confused. You'll know then. Roger didn't say. It's mysterious. Bulma glanced at Roger and sighed, "Forget it, you're not a soldier anyway, you don't understand it." Roger smiled. "Well, I am not a fighter. I am God. I am angel. But you don't believe it. Perhaps, based on Bulma's knowledge, the gods of the earth are already the greatest gods. No, now in Bulma's view, the Realm King should be the most powerful god." AIG 762, April. Son Goku finally finished the snake path, set foot on the World King's planet, and began to practice. "What? You are Scion?" When the World King learned of Son Goku's identity, he was shocked. Moreover, it was a bit crazy to think of the inhuman form I was beaten by Vegeta more than 20 years ago. Mainly, after more than 20 years, the god who sent Vegeta to the Realm King star still doesn't know who the Realm King is. I don't even know, where did that god go? You mean, those two scions will come to Earth? The Realm King suddenly had a bad feeling. "Yes, Lord Realm, do you know them?" Son Goku asked curiously. "Let me take a look first." The two tentacles on the head of the King Ji moved slightly. 1 minute later, the Realm King saw two universe spaceships flying towards the Earth, as well as Vegeta and. "Forget it, that bald head is not important anymore." "Yes, is it him? Is it really him?" The corner of Ji Wang's mouth twitched, and he sat down on the ground. "Master Ji Wang saw them? Do you know him?" Son Goku was stunned. "I don't know, but I have heard of it." Ji Wang responded quickly, wiping his sweat with his handkerchief, patted the dust on his body, and stood up with a wry smile. "Humph, I won't tell you, I was beaten by the kid named Vegeta. How would I lose face like that? Goku, this is not a joke. One of them, Scion, is Scion's prince. He was the most talented warrior among Scion back then." Supreme Kai looked solemn. "Really? Still a prince?" Son Goku was also a little surprised. "Actually, even me, it's not his opponent." Ji Wang told the truth. 20 years ago, the World King was abused by Vegeta, who came to experience it. As a result, Vegeta didn't learn anything and was taken away by Roger. Now, just simply sensing the breath of Vegeta, the Realm King has a feeling of fright. 25 years. How far does Vegeta grow? Asterisk. Chapter 28 Vegeta descends on Earth. Then, can the Realm King teach me and let me defeat him? I'm not afraid of hardship, I want to become stronger. Son Goku looked solemn. Are you sure you want to fight him? He is very powerful. The World King glanced at Son Goku. Yes, if you don't defeat him, the Earth can't be kept. Son Goku clenched his fists. Okay, I will pass on all my stunts to you, and then you will beat him severely. When the king said this, his back molars clenched tightly. Hey? How do I feel that Lord Realm is the same as the two scions? Son Goku thoughtfully. You think too much, I am a god, how can I have a hatred attitude towards a human being? Ha ha ha, ha ha. The king wiped his sweat, laughed a few times, and then solemnly said, Then, leave us time not much. If you want to defeat the two scions, you have to spend several times more hard work than the others. Can you do it? Yes. Son Goku looked solemn. Then, I'll have a cup of tea first. Ji Wang nodded and ran to drink tea. Son Goku fell to the ground. AIG 762, November. Vegeta and Nappa descend on the Earth. All Z fighters acted. This battle. Leaping was killed by the Vegetable Man blew himself up. Klin released his ultimate move and killed all the cultivators. Nappa appeared, shocking the audience. The dumplings exploded, Tien Shinyan released the most powerful Qigong cannon, and they fell one after another. Nappa was only slightly injured. In order to save Son Gohan, Piccolo blocked a fatal blow from Nappa and died unfortunately. Son Goku, because the king of the world calculated the wrong time, he came several hours late. After Son Goku arrived, looking at his dead companion, his face became very ugly. Kakarot, you are here at last, and speaking of it, you and your father look exactly the same. Vegeta smiled. Hey, Vegeta, what's the fighting power of this guy? Nappa asked. It's more than 5,000. Vegeta smiled disdainfully. What? Is it really 5,000? He is just an inferior fighter. How can his combat effectiveness reach this height? Nappa couldn't believe it. Normal. Vegeta replied faintly. Vegeta even wanted to tell Nappa that Kakarot's father was the first Super Saiyan. Vegeta feels tired when he thinks of Kakarot's father Burdock. Hateful. Read more at fictionzone.net. Where is Roger? Don't hang up anymore, right? Also, hasn't Frisia gone to Roger all these years? Frisia, can you bear it? Vegeta can't figure it out. When coming to Earth this time, Vegeta also mainly wants to see the son of the first generation Super Saiyan. What is his strength? Raditz, Burdock's son, is just a waste. The battle began. Goku, come on. Bulma was in the turtle house, looking at data from a distance through the detector. Roger is by Bulma's side, eating the delicious food from Gaixian Wu. Just a few people died, what a big deal. If necessary, Roger can directly bring them back to life. However, it is not very useful. Death is also an experience for Tien Shinyan and others. Oolong is also eating faster than Roger. You can really eat. Master Roshi whispered. It's going to start soon. Bulma clenched his fists. Goku's combat power is 5,000, and Nappa's combat power is 4,000. It seems that he should be able to defeat him. It's amazing technology. Master Roshi looked at the detector Bulma was wearing, then at Roger and Oolong who were enjoying the food, without saying anything. Master Roshi is tired. This guy named Roger can really eat it. That pig can eat it, so why are you eating so happily? And I'm not ashamed of picking delicious food every time I come. So did Bulma, never mind him. It's a pity that I don't practice martial arts at a good age. Don't you feel ashamed? Are you despising me? Roger glanced at Master Roshi. After hearing the words, Bulma stared at Master Roshi. No, why should I despise you? Master Roshi scratched his head and smiled. Master Roshi said a few days ago, Roger knows to eat, don't know if he despises it. Old Turtle interjected. Boom. Master Roshi tapped a cane on the old turtle's head. The old tortoise got painful, and got into the tortoise shell at that time. Talky guy! Master Roshi exclaimed angrily. Stop it! Bulma said angrily. Suddenly, Bulma picked up the machine gun and fired in the house. The whole world is quiet. Son Goku was really strong, and Bulma was relieved by crippling Nappa 3 times. Goku won! Bulma shouted excitedly. Really? How do I vaguely feel that there is still an evil aura? Master Roshi was stunned. Stupid. There is one other guy who hasn't solved it yet. Bulma said solemnly. Just solved one. Master Roshi shook his head helplessly and sighed up to the sky. Piccolo is dead, and the god of the earth has disappeared. What's wrong with this world? Then, Master Roshi gave Roger angrily. What time is it? Still eat? But Master Roshi thinks about it. If Goku loses, then the earth won't be able to keep it. It's also a kind of enjoyment to eat more delicious food now. Never mind. Master Roshi was so tired, he simply ignored Roger. Asterisk. Chapter 29 Kakarot, you. Inferior warrior, reward for permanent bondage plus more. The scene of the battle. Boom. Son Goku threw Nappa at Vegeta's feet. He is no longer good, take him away from the earth, you are not welcome here. Son Goku said lightly. Vegeta, save me. Nappa stretched out his hand hard, hoping to get Vegeta's help. Vegeta lowered his eyes, glanced at Nappa faintly, and then looked at Son Goku with a smile. Immediately afterwards, Vegeta reached out and joined Nappa's hand. Thank you, Vegeta. Nappa breathed a sigh of relief. You think too much. Vegeta smiled contemptuously, grabbed Nappa's big hand, and slammed it. Call out. Suddenly, Nappa's body flew high into the sky. Son Goku was a little surprised, not understanding what Vegeta was going to do. Vegeta! What are you doing? Nappa in space shouted loudly. Hey, I don't need Scion who is incompetent. Vegeta sneered. Boom! Immediately afterwards, powerful energy burst out of Vegeta's body. Before long, a ball of light rose from Vegeta's body. The white energy went straight to the Nappa in the sky and blasted the past. Vegeta! Nappa's pupils shrank sharply, and the corners of her mouth trembled. Carefully. Son Goku was shocked and hurriedly pulled Klin and Gohan into the sky. Read more at fictionzone.net. Boom! The next moment, Vegeta's energy flame completely swallowed Nappa. After the smoke dissipated, Nappa had already turned into slag and disappeared. That's it for the warm-up exercise. Vegeta smiled slightly. Son Goku's face changed color. The cold sweat slipped on Klin's bare head. Son Gohan was trembling with fright, and his whole body was uncomfortable. The scene was deadly quiet. Only Vegeta's triumphant smile and confident gaze were silently looking at Son Goku. What a terrible guy! Even your own people can kill at will. Klin said solemnly. Klin! Gohan! You two leave here at once. Son Goku knew he had encountered a terrible opponent. Yes, we can only distract Goku by staying. Klin made a decisive nod, and then said, by the way, Goku, can you fight in another place? Fight in another place? Why? Son Goku asked. Fighting here may cause damage to the body of the dead companion. Resurrection can be troublesome. Klin said in a deep thought. Resurrection? Piccolo and the gods are not. Son Goku was stunned. Uncle Klin should be. Son Gohan seemed to think of something. Goku, don't care about this. If you can defeat him, let's talk about the resurrection. Klin clenched his fist. Okay, I see, I won't talk about it before I win. Son Goku nodded. Hey, what are you still rubbing on it? Show off your aura just now, aren't you discussing how to escape? Vegeta asked with a smile from below. Son Goku glanced at Vegeta and fell from the sky. Shall we fight somewhere else? Son Goku said solemnly. It doesn't matter. No matter where you go, you are a dead end. Vegeta smiled slightly. Shoo! The two flew into the sky. Son Goku found a place where no one was left. Vegeta glanced at the surrounding environment faintly, with a confident smile on his face. Son Goku looked solemn. Why? Is this the grave you personally selected for yourself? Vegeta smiled. Hey, but then again, it's an honor for you to fight against super genius fighters like me. Son Goku did not speak. As Scion, you have to be checked for the quality of your fighters as soon as you are born. A guy with low combat power like you is sent to a planet without a strong opponent, that is to say, you are eliminated. Vegeta looked contemptuously. To the opposite Son Goku. According to Vegeta, Son Goku should have been sent to the Earth by the tribe. How did Vegeta know that Bardock stole a universe spaceship and sent Son Goku to Earth? Then I'm glad to have come to Earth, and being here has made me know a lot of friends. Son Goku smiled. Moreover, even if I am an inferior warrior, I can make myself better by practicing hard. Strong and will surpass you one day. Then I tell you, you are wishful thinking. Vegeta snorted coldly. Boom! The two attacked quickly, fists to the flesh. Kakarot, it's not bad. It's stronger than I thought. But compared to me, it's far worse. Vegeta chuckled lightly, and while launching a fierce attack on Son Goku, he teased, "It disappoints me too much. Now, you won't just be so capable, are you? Where did your skills go when you played Nappa?" Asterisk. Chapter 30 Vegeta, you grew up eating shit, reward for permanent bondage. Son Goku did not answer, and was working hard to dodge Vegeta's attack. "Take a trick, let me learn and teach." Vegeta smiled and punched Son Goku from the sky. Despair. Son Goku's body turned several somersaults in the air, and landed firmly on the ground. Vegeta also calmly landed on the opposite rock, crossed his arms, and looked at Son Goku condescendingly. "It's really amazing," Son Goku said solemnly, "then, I have to go all out." Boom! Suddenly, a group of red flames emerged from Son Goku's body. "Kaioken!" Son Goku shouted loudly. "What? Kaioken?" Vegeta was a little confused at the time. At this moment, Son Goku came quickly. Boom! Son Goku's fist fell heavily on Vegeta's face. Boom! Son Goku punched and kicked Vegeta. Boom! Vegeta's body flew upside down and hit the ground. Then, Vegeta stood up calmly. "Damn it!" Son Goku gritted his teeth and was about to rush over again. "Wait a minute." Vegeta stopped. Son Goku stopped and looked up at Vegeta. "Let me ask you first, what is Kaioken?" Vegeta asked. Son Goku didn't say a word. Of course he couldn't tell Vegeta about the World King. "It's okay if you don't say it, I'll just ask you, is it the fist technique taught to you by the guy called the Realm King?" Vegeta thoughtfully. "Does it make sense to say this?" Son Goku replied faintly. "I see." Vegeta was not stupid, and quickly reacted, "You and Raditz were killed by the Namek man. You went to the underworld, and then found the Realm King. Did you practice with the Realm King?" Son Goku. Son Goku stopped talking. "How do you know everything? Hey, what can someone of the level of the King of the World teach you? Kaioken? It seems interesting." Vegeta's face was confident. "Come on, Kakarot, let me see, your Kaio what effect can have." Read more at fictionzone.net. World King Star. Realm King. The Realm King apparently heard Vegeta's words. His face was stiff and his eyes were a bit complicated. "Goku. Beat him fiercely." Ji Wang bared his teeth and clenched his fists. "Double Kaioken." Son Goku gritted his teeth, his body burst into red flames, and rushed in the direction of Vegeta again. Vegeta flew up. Boom! Son Goku punched in the air. Snapped. Vegeta easily resisted. Boom! Son Goku hurried up, his fist greeted Vegeta. Vegeta calmly responded. After 3 moves. Boom! Vegeta flew a kick and kicked Son Goku several somersaults in mid-air. Boom! Vegeta kicked over again and hit Son Goku in the chest on the spot. With a muffled noise, Son Goku flew backwards, slamming his body heavily on the rock mountain behind him. Wow! Son Goku crashed to the ground. "Is this Kaioken? Kakarot, there seems to be nothing great." Vegeta smiled with interest. Son Goku got up from the ground, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his face became heavier and heavier. "Is there any trick? Just show it, Kakarot." Vegeta chuckled. "However, if you have been practicing with the Realm King all this year, I can tell you responsibly, you're over. Triple Kaioken." Son Goku gritted his teeth, and the breath all over his body emerged frantically. Turtle House. Combat power 18,000. 19,000. 20,000. 21,000. Bulma looked at the combat power number on the detector, her pretty face changing color. Boom! The detector made a muffled noise and exploded on the spot. Bulma exclaimed. The detector exploded? What's the matter? Master Roshi asked in surprise. Bulma shook her head blankly. If the energy value detected by this kind of detector exceeds the set limit, it will explode, which is normal. Roger finished the last dessert, wiped his mouth with a tissue, and said flatly. Master Roshi glanced at Roger. What you said makes sense. However, your food is too happy, right? Goku has more than 20,000 combat power, and I don't know what Vegeta's combat power is. Bulma said solemnly. It's more than 40,000. This kid grew up eating shit all these years. Roger shook his head, his nose crooked with anger. Before Roger and Vegeta separated, the boy's combat effectiveness increased to around 30,000. Roger also took Vegeta to a trip 1,000 years ago, and let him see Bardock transformed into Super Saiyan. 25 years have passed. Vegeta's combat effectiveness has only increased by 10,000. Didn't this kid grow up eating shit? What a shame. Roger was even ashamed to say that he knew Vegeta. Bulma, Master Roshi, Oolong and others looked at Roger. Who are you talking about? Oolong scratching his head, are you talking about me? Although I am a pig, I don't eat shit, asterisk. Chapter 31 Why is Roger missing? Reward and more for the zombie god. Although Vegeta has only 40,000 combat power, unless Goku uses 5 times Kaioken, it is possible to tie. Roger said. How do you know that Saiyan Vegeta's combat power is 40,000? Master Roshi was puzzled. Roger glanced at Master Roshi, but didn't answer. Why tell you? How old are you? However, this is too shameful. I, a person brought out by Angel, have so little combat power. The scene of the battle. Son Goku exploded 3 times Kaioken, and charged aggressively in the direction of Vegeta. Boom! Vegeta kicked it out and kicked Son Goku again. 4 times. Son Goku gritted his teeth, his body was full of energy. Boom! Vegeta made a heavy punch and bombarded Son Goku's abdomen. Puff! Son Goku spouted a mouthful of blood and swayed to the ground. How is it? Kakarot? Is this the Kaioken you are proud of? It disappoints me too much. Vegeta smiled and looked at Son Goku, his expression proud. Quadruple Kaioken, even if Son Goku is at its peak, its combat power is only 32,000, which is far from Vegeta. Boom! Vegeta flew up and kicked Son Goku to the ground. Then, Vegeta put his feet on Son Goku's body and rolled. No wonder Roger likes to roll me like this. Humph, this feels really no one. Vegeta showed a relaxed expression on his face. Read more at fictionzone.net. Kakarot, aren't you arrogant? Show me another arrogant one. Vegeta rolled Son Goku with his feet, and smiled at Son Goku's embarrassed appearance. Isn't your father Super Saiyan? Humph, so what? Haven't you been stepped on by me? Vegeta was a little proud for a while. Let go of my dad. At this moment, Son Gohan suddenly appeared right in front of Vegeta, and shouted at Vegeta tremblingly. Oh? Are you back again? Vegeta smiled. Gohan, go. Get out of here. Son Goku said weakly. Chi-Yuan slash. Suddenly, a white circle of energy quickly came from behind Vegeta. The energy circle rotates rapidly, as if with endless cutting ability. Hey! Vegeta turned sideways slightly, avoiding Chi-Yuan slash. Call out! Chi-Yuan slashed on a large stone mountain in the distance. The mountain was smoothly cut into 2 pieces. Oops! He hit it. Klin was disappointed. Magic flash! Son Gohan gritted his teeth, and a flame of energy quickly came towards Vegeta. Are you Kakarot's son? The waist of Raditz seems to have been hit by you before defeating it. Vegeta said as he slapped the flying energy. Suddenly, the magic flash changed its direction and rushed into the jungle in the distance. Boom! A loud noise erupted from the location of the jungle. Hey, I knew you would come back. Vegeta smiled. You guys came back to see Kakarot the most, right? Poor fellow, I feel sad for you all. Turtle House. Goku's breath has dropped so much, I'm afraid I can't hold on anymore. Master Roshi said solemnly. What did you say? Did you mean that the earth is going to die? Bulma scratched his hair and glanced in Roger's direction. However, Bulma didn't notice Roger at this glance. Where is Roger? Bulma asked. The one who was there just now, maybe in the bathroom. Master Roshi replied casually. What time is it, and what does the foodie do? Boom! Master Roshi hit Oolong's head with a cane. In front of Bulma, Master Roshi was not good to bully Roger, and now that Roger is not there, it's really cool to clean up this piglet and vent his anger. It hurts, why hit me? Oolong stared, and a big bag on the pig's head. My family makes you poor. Master Roshi said angrily. Anyway, if Goku is defeated, the earth will be destroyed by Sion. If I don't eat it now, I won't have a chance to eat it in the future. Oolong snorted. What the pig said is very reasonable, the turtle said in thought. Stop talking nonsense. What should I do now? Bulma slapped the table and stood up and shouted softly. At this time, unless it is transferred to outer space, what else can I do? Wolong shook his head and sighed. Bulma, did you make a universe ship? Master Roshi asked. It's done, but the nearest planet suitable for human habitation needs to sail for at least 1,000 years. I can't live that long. Bulma held his head and sighed up to the sky. God, I look so good looking. Can't you take care of me? Asterisk. Chapter 32 Vegeta, you should change your name. What is your logic? Master Roshi rolled his eyes. At this time, no one cares about Roger. The earth is about to face extinction. Who cares where Roger goes? The scene of the battle. Bang! Bang! Vegeta punched and kicked, knocking Klin and Son Gohan to the ground, unconscious. Poor little guy, can't stand my punches and kicks. Vegeta sighed. Damn it! Son Goku was already powerless to resist, letting Vegeta step on himself with his foot. Quadruple Kaioken, so that Son Goku's body completely collapsed. Son Goku felt that his internal organs had been shattered. Kakarot, you disappointed me too much. The descendants of Super Saiyan are nothing more than that. Vegeta chuckled and raised his foot. Humph, I will trample you to death now, and let everyone on this planet I'll be buried with you, what do you think? Damn it! I can't move anymore. Son Goku's face became more and more ugly. Go to hell, Kakarot! Vegeta's killing intent appeared in his eyes, and he stomped on it fiercely. Boom! There was a bang on the ground where Vegeta was, and the ground appeared to be cracked, and the cracks spread to the surroundings. Hey? What's the situation? Vegeta found that he didn't seem to step on Kakarot's head. How is this going? People? Why is Kakarot missing? Vegeta looked around quickly, and finally saw two people in a location not far away. One of them is Kakarot, and the other one looks stranger. Vegeta didn't care. It's nothing more than an earthling. Humph, there's another guy to die. Vegeta sneered. Read more at fictionzone.net. Am I still alive? Son Goku stunned, rubbing his hazy eyes, looking at the person who rescued him. I'm not mistaken, am I? It's you? You're Bulma's. Son Goku had forgotten Roger's name for a while. It's no wonder that Roger is not a soldier, he has never participated in their battles, and he rarely appears. It is normal for Son Goku to not remember when his mind is not clear. Moreover, Son Goku is not sure if it is Roger. Roger walked slowly in the direction of Vegeta. Why does this guy's way of walking look a bit familiar? Vegeta was startled slightly. As Roger got closer and closer to Vegeta, Vegeta's expression became excited. Vegeta's pupils shrank together, and her voice trembled. You are. Vegeta's mouth trembled. 40,000 combat power. These years, you really grew up eating shit. Roger sighed. Are you really Roger? Vegeta didn't mention how excited he was. However, after Vegeta's words fell, he seemed to realize something, and turned around and ran without hesitation. Boom! Vegeta just rushed out, an invisible pressure covered him. Vegeta quickly fell from the sky, and his body sank even more, and he plunged directly into the ground, revealing only half of his head. Vegeta was surprised and delighted. This familiar feeling. It's really Roger. Immediately afterwards, Vegeta shook his head vigorously. Special, am I accustomed to being abused by him? Why do I still have a little surprise feeling? Roger, long time no see, why are you here on Earth? I have been looking for you for a long time. Vegeta said quickly. Talk about your combat effectiveness. Roger said. 40,000 combat power is not low. Vegeta hurriedly replied, look, I easily swept the planet and defeated Super Saiyan's son. Super Saiyan's son? Roger didn't react for a moment. Kakarot. Burdok's son, is not Super Saiyan's son? Roger, you take me to see Burdok, don't you just want me to beat him one day? Vegeta replied, unfortunately, I can't find Burdok, so I'm looking for his son. Burdok's two sons, Raditz is a trash. Although Kakarot is not bad, it's not worth mentioning compared to me. I want you to see Super Saiyan transforming. Roger didn't know what to say. If this continues, Vegeta is considered useless. So Roger stopped talking. Boom! Roger stepped on it and shook the Vegeta out of the earth. Then, Roger stomped his foot on Vegeta's body, tumbling like kneading dough on his body. I think you don't call Vegeta anymore, just call Bae-gun-gun. Roger exclaimed angrily. Be gushing? Vegeta's face froze. There is no one with this name. Bae-gun-gun, don't you think your 40,000 combat power is great? Don't you look down on the king of the realm? I will show you how stupid you are today. Roger finished speaking, and the scepter in his hand flashed. P.S. Ask for a reward, reward one person plus one change, no capping. Smash the rewards. Newcomers will reward 1,000 book coins plus 2 more, and friends who have rewarded plus 1. Asterisk. Chapter 33 Son Goku is reborn. Hey! Immediately afterwards, a healing light from the scepter hit Son Goku's body. Good for yourself. After Roger's voice fell, it turned into a colorful flame, broke into the void, and disappeared in a flash. Hey, Roger, what are you going to do? Vegeta asked loudly. Also, I am not called Bae-gun-gun. Defeat Kakarot, otherwise, roll as far as possible. Roger's voice came over. Cut. Didn't I beat him? Vegeta murmured, suddenly thinking of something, his face changed. In the distance, Son Goku's body trembled slightly. Hey! Son Goku was stunned. Son Goku felt that his internal organs were recovering quickly. Just 1 or 2 breaths, Son Goku felt that his injury was completely healed. Hey! Son Goku stood up. This, what's going on? Son Goku felt his body in surprise. No. I almost forgot. Roger, this guy will heal. Vegeta's expression tightened, and he hurriedly flew to the opposite side of Son Goku. Son Goku really stood up. Hopefully, after this guy is on the verge of death and rebirth, his combat effectiveness has improved a little bit. Vegeta said solemnly, gritting his teeth, damn Roger, you at least treat me as well. Son Goku squinted at Vegeta, then silently felt his physical condition. How did it feel that when he was about to fall into a coma, it seemed that Roger appeared near him and saved himself? Roger? Is it a soldier? Son Goku is a little confused. The distant king of the world. The king of the world is watching the scene. After seeing Roger appear, the Realm King rubbed his eyes vigorously. Is it him? Is he on the earth? Ji Wang didn't mention how surprised. Read more at fictionzone.net. Immediately afterwards, the Realm King looked at Roger without blinking. Hey! Looking around, Ji Wang suddenly noticed that Roger waved his hand gently. Suddenly, a dazzling bright light flickered. Ah, my eyes! The Realm King subconsciously withdrew his gaze, briefly blind. Wiping tears on his eyes, the corners of the World King's mouth twitched a few times. That god, does he know that I'm watching him? Ji Wang shivered. The scene of the battle. Although I don't know what happened to my body, my injury is completely healed, and I feel that my breath is constantly improving. Son Goku clenched his fists and looked towards him with a warrior expression. Vegeta, let's start again, Scion's Prince, Bei, what is it? Hey, my name is Bei Gun, Ba. Vegeta took a sip after saying his name. Bei Gun, this name. Son Goku was stunned. My name is Vegeta. What is your memory? Vegeta was furious. Kaioken. Son Goku didn't say much nonsense, his body was full of energy. Boom. Son Goku punched Vegeta hard and hit Vegeta's face. Oops. This guy's combat effectiveness has improved a lot. I was suppressed by Roger a few times, but the combat effectiveness declined. Vegeta gritted his teeth and fought hard. Now, after Son Goku is reborn, his combat power has increased to 16,000. Double Kaioken, the combat power can reach 32,000. The energy consumption before and after Vegeta was not much, but after being rolled by Roger a few times, the combat power dropped to 38,000. It can be said that Vegeta still has the upper hand steadily at this time. Humph, Kakarot, you don't seem to be great. Vegeta began to groan again. However, the next moment, Vegeta couldn't get up again. Triple Kaioken. Son Goku instantly increased the explosive power to 48,000. Boom. Son Goku beats Vegeta hard. However, Triple Kaioken is not so easy to control. Although Son Goku injured Vegeta, he was also injured to a certain extent. Damn it! Vegeta, will never lose to you. Vegeta gritted his teeth and stood up, glaring at Son Goku. What a tough guy! Son Goku widened his eyes and looked at Vegeta. Triple Kaioken, he didn't actually kill Beigao. This Prince of Scion was too powerful. Call out! Vegeta soared into the sky, passed through the atmosphere, and disappeared. Son Goku was a little confused. Why did you run away? But soon, Vegeta returned. Damn it! Kakarot, shameless fellow, did you deliberately break the moon? Vegeta angered, I remember I came here on a full moon purposely. The moon? What moon? Son Goku was startled slightly. Humph, it's okay. Vegeta snorted, and a ball of energy suddenly appeared in his hand. Asterisk. Chapter 34 Goku's breath increased again. What is he going to do? An energy bomb is condensed, but the breath has dropped drastically. Son Goku didn't understand. Kakarot, you should regret it now, you cut off the tail. Vegeta said, shaking his hand, and the energy bomb in his hand quickly flew into the sky. Vegeta clenched his fists. Snapped. The energy bomb in the sky suddenly burst into golden light. Ha ha ha! Get ready to die, Kakarot! Vegeta laughed, his body getting bigger quickly. At the same time, Vegeta's body has grown black hair. Vegeta transformed into a black gorilla. Is this a giant ape? A giant ape monster. Son Goku also suddenly reacted. Kakarot, let me tell you by the way, Sion's transformation into a giant ape can increase his combat power by 10 times. Vegeta smiled and looked at Son Goku. Although my current combat effectiveness has fallen to more than 10,000, but after I transformed into a giant ape, the combat power is at least 100,000 or more. What did you say? Son Goku's face changed color, pale for an instant. Get ready to die, Kakarot. Vegeta laughed and stepped on it. Boom! There was a violent tremor on the ground where Son Goku was. Son Goku flew up quickly. Don't want to run away. Vegeta gave a light wave of his big hand. Boom! Son Goku was like a fly, slapped to the ground by Vegeta. Snapped. Vegeta slammed his big hand downwards, squeezing Son Goku in his hand. I'll pinch you to death. Vegeta smiled triumphantly, showing a pair of pointed mouth and fangs. Call out. Son Goku was in pain. A flash of light flashed in his hand. Ouch! Vegeta's eyes were drawn, and he couldn't help letting go. Son Goku slipped from Vegeta's hands. Read more at fictionzone.net. Kaioken! Son Goku exclaimed. Then, Son Goku quickly appeared behind Vegeta, about to grab Vegeta's tail. It's just that Vegeta reacted faster, jumping slightly, swept his tail, and slammed on Son Goku's body. Son Goku flew upside down. Boom! Son Goku's body hit the ground, raising patches of dust. Chi-Yuan slash! At this moment, Klin condensed Chi-Chi and slashed towards Vegeta's body. Hey! A flash of light flashed in Vegeta's hand, and the powerful energy destroyed the Chi-Yuan at that time. Oh! Your little bald head woke up. Vegeta chuckled lightly. Magic flash! Son Gohan quietly appeared behind Vegeta, with flames emerging from his hands. Boom! Vegeta slapped it and slapped Son Gohan's magic flash. I knew that you two boys were playing sneak attacks again. Vegeta smiled contemptuously. I want to cut off my tail and dream. Shit! Just after Vegeta's voice fell, he felt his tail cold. Vegeta's body shuddered violently, and the whole person quickly became smaller. Hey! In the blink of an eye, Vegeta returned to its original appearance. At the same time, there is also a broken tail on the ground, which swings slightly. Whhhhhh. Yakilobe threw away the long knife in his hand and quickly ran behind a large rock and hid. Ha ha ha, good Yakilobe! Klin said with a smile. Idiot! Don't say my name! Yakilobe stared with anger. A hole! Dare to cut my tail! I'm going to kill you! Vegeta was furious. The remote turtle fairy house. When Roger returned, he found that Bulma and others were ready to run away. Roger, how come to go to the bathroom for so long? Hurry, let's take the universe spacecraft and leave. I hope we can find a habitable planet with good luck. Bulma said to Roger. It seems that the glorious task of reproducing mankind is left to those of us. Master Roshi scratched his head and said to Bulma, by the way, find a few beautiful women, mankind can't be extinct. Yes, right, Mr. Wu Tian is right, the more beautiful women, the better. Oolong deeply agreed. Boom! Bulma punched Master Roshi and Oolong to the ground. Actually, what I want to say is that Roger and Bulma are more suitable for the important task of reproducing humans. Master Roshi laughed dryly. Bulma stared. Don't worry about leaving the Earth, Goku may not lose to Vegeta. Roger said. Didn't Goku lose? Bulma asked. Strange. Goku's breath has increased again. On the contrary, Vegeta's breath seems to have dropped. What's the matter? Master Roshi's eyes were profound, sensing the aura of Son Goku and Vegeta, and then he muttered, "It seems, we really don't have to leave the Earth." Based on this situation, Gaku has great hopes of winning. Asterisk. Chapter 35. That person, it seems to be Roger. Bulma, don't you have a drone? Get a drone to detect and detect. Wolong suggested. Bulma nodded, took out the drone's universal capsule, and controlled the drone to fly to the scene of the battle. The scene of the battle. After Vegeta recovered from the Great Ape form, he was hanged by Son Goku. At this time, on the screen from the surveillance, Vegeta was crawling in the direction of the universe spaceship. "Goku, let me kill him." Klin was holding a long knife and wanted to kill Vegeta. "Klin, let him go, I know I'm going to do this waywardly, but if he dares to come next time, I will definitely defeat him," Son Goku said confidently. Klin gritted his teeth and dropped the long knife in his hand. Vegeta climbed into the universe spaceship. Crunch! The door of the universe spacecraft is closed. Call out! Vegeta's universe spacecraft broke through the void, passed through the atmosphere, and disappeared in a flash. Puff! Just after Vegeta left, Son Goku spewed out a big mouthful of blood and fell softly to the ground. "Goku!" Klin was shocked. "Dad, what's the matter with you?" Gohan also flew over with a look of concern. "It's okay. I can't die. Kaioken will hurt me. Just now I was going to let Baigunkyo away. On the one hand, I really feel that it's a pity to kill him now. On the other hand, it's a little bit powerless and my body can't bear it. Such a serious injury." Son Goku explained with a wry smile, "I know that Baigunkyo should have more energy." "What? He's all like that, does he have enough power to beat us?" Klin was stunned. "Perhaps." Son Goku smiled. Turtle House. "Hey!" Sion, who is called Baigunkyo, ran away. Bulma was stunned, surprised. "So, we won." Baigunkyo? The name is quite creative. Master Roshi laughed. Read more at fictionzone.net. Roger was speechless. "Why is it called Baigunkyo? Let's go, let's pick Goku." Bulma greeted. After half an hour, Son Goku was carried onto Bulma's private jet. Celestial Gallon also deliberately came to see Son Goku from up and down Gallon Tower. Unfortunately, the fairy beans are gone. At the latest 1 month, the fairy beans will grow out in 1 month. During this time, arrange for Goku to be hospitalized first. Immortal Gallon said in deep thought. "Actually, my injury is not too serious." Son Goku laughed. "But having said that, Goku, I sensed that your aura once dropped to a very low level. I don't know what happened, but your aura suddenly increased greatly." Master Roshi asked curiously. "Yes, Goku, I also sensed it, but unfortunately, I didn't know what was going on at the scene. I suddenly couldn't see it at that time." Immortal Gallon scratched his head. "I couldn't see this phenomenon the first time I encountered it. I don't know, I thought I was bound to die. When I woke up, I vaguely saw that someone pulled me away from Vegeta's feet." Son Goku replied. "Someone took you away? Is it Gohan and Klin?" "It wasn't me, I had fainted at that time." Klin shook his head. I am also in a coma." Son Gohan shook his head vigorously. "Yakilobe? Is it you?" Immortal Garland looked at Yakilobe. "Me? Although I really want to admit that I saved Goku, but it wasn't me, I wouldn't go out stupidly at that time to die." Yakilobe snorted. "That person, it seems to be Roger." Son Goku suddenly looked at Roger. "What?" Everyone's eyes all hit Roger's body. "Well, it's me." Roger looked calm. Everyone quickly turned their gazes back. "Goku, don't make trouble, anyone is possible, but it can never be Roger," Klin said confidently. Klin's words are okay, it's not Roger, Roger is with us. Master Roshi nodded confidently. Yet, Roger has been in the turtle house. It can't be him. Bulma didn't believe it was Roger either. As for Roger disappearing for a while, everyone present thought he had gone to the bathroom. Or, it has been forgotten. Actually, I was in a coma at the time and vaguely saw that the person looked like Roger. But my mind was so dizzy that I even forgot Roger's name. Son Goku continued, I was rescued by that person. After that, I seemed to hear Vegeta screaming over there, and it seemed that the person had beaten Vegeta. Vegeta screamed. That person beat up Vegeta. The faces of everyone at the scene were not so calm. Who is so strong? Apart from Goku, is there anyone on Earth who can hang Vegeta? What then? Klin asked. Then. Vegeta yelled for a while, and I vaguely heard that person say, from now on you don't call Vegeta, just tell you to get out. Son Goku continued. Gun, did you come here? Oolong suffocated a smile. This name is so funny. Asterisk. Chapter 36 Is the World King asleep? Adding more for Chen Maihu's reward. Puff, this name has a personality. Bulma smiled. However, is there really anyone stronger than Gun? Except for Goku, why should he avoid us if this person exists? Klin thoughtfully. Goku must be hallucinating. Oolong guessed. It shouldn't be an illusion. Son Goku shook his head. Then my injury healed immediately, and I would fight Vegeta again. What? Your injury healed immediately? How is it possible? Do you have fairy beans with you? There have been no fairy beans for a long time. Forget it, don't worry about it, it can't be Roger anyway. Klin laughed, after all, Roger is not a fighter. Yet, if Roger can recover from Goku's injury, he should be able to recover now. Master Roshi looked at Roger. Roger glanced at Master Roshi lightly. The beauty of thinking, you really treat me as a treatment? Roger didn't mean to treat Son Goku again. Not going to resurrect the dead Z fighters. However, the previous treatment of Son Goku allowed Son Goku to defeat Vegeta, but it caused Roger to consume 10 points of Angel's power and transform 2 points of the Realm of True Gods. Although not much, it is always good to have consumption and conversion. Roger's True God Realm is 182. At present, both Krut and Sabe's Realm of True Gods are 199. Soon. Roger's Realm of True Gods was finally about to catch up with them. Well, regardless of how Goku recovered, Klin said before that he wanted to save the bodies of his dead companions and said that he could find a way to resurrect them. Is it true? Bulma interjected. Yes, although this hope is very slim, there is always hope. Klin nodded and said about Namek. Namek. Bulma was startled slightly. Yes, I heard it too. Son Gohan nodded and shouted excitedly, so, is there any hope for Uncle Piccolo to be resurrected? Yes, if Piccolo is resurrected, the gods will also be resurrected, the Dragon Ball on Earth can also be restored. Klin clenched his fists happily. You are so innocent. Bulma sighed slightly, it's just a dream, how can it be realized? Read more at fictionzone.net. Bulma, what do you mean? Klin was puzzled. Klin, do you know where that Namek is? Bulma gave Klin a sideways look. The corner of Klin's mouth trembled. Let me come, I will ask the World King, the World King must know where it is. Son Goku lay on the ground, and then began to communicate with the World King. The World King, can you hear me? I am Goku, you know that, is that Namek's specific location? World King Star. I heard. Ji Wang said to himself, but I won't tell you. There was a moment of silence. Goku, you're too much, there is such a powerful god by your side, what are you doing here to find me? Realm King hummed. The words of the Realm King did not pass, but only spread on his own planet. Strange? Is the World King asleep? No reply. Son Goku smiled bitterly. Does God need to sleep too? Bulma glanced at Goku. I don't know. Goku shook his head blankly. This is troublesome. I don't know the exact location of Namek, so don't even think about resurrecting them. Bulma was tired. Namek is at 9045YX at SUA 83. Roger said. Everyone looked at Roger. I saw it. Roger smiled. Klin was a little dazed. Master Roshi's eyes widened. Fairy Garland looked stunned. See it? How did you see it? Are you a god? It seems that you can't even see the gods of the earth, right? How did you see it? Klin, Master Roshi and others looked at Roger in surprise one by one. Roger, did you find it on the space telescope at home? You must have seen someone who looks similar to Piccolo on it, and then wrote it down. You are amazing. Bulma didn't mention how excited he was. He stepped forward and hugged Roger and took a bite on his face. Roger. What you said is so reasonable, I don't know how to refute it. You said yes. Roger smiled. I thought, you are the same as me, except for eating or not doing anything else. Oolong thoughtfully. Roger glared at Oolong. This pig, isn't this blaming himself for being a pig? Oolong couldn't help but shivered, feeling dangerous. Wait a minute, don't be happy too soon. Bulma exclaimed. Everyone was speechless. Are you happy? Azimuth 9045 EX. Bulma didn't feel good. What's wrong? Bulma. Klin asked quickly. Don't forget it, it will be 4,339 years at the earliest with the Universe spacecraft made by Dr. Brives. Roger said. Hey? Roger, did you figure it out? Bulma was stunned. Asterisk. Chapter 37 The Newly Opened Universe, Additional Rewards for Snake Disease. Bulma did the calculations himself. Sure enough, it was 4,339 years and 3 months. Yes, Roger said nothing wrong. To be precise, it was 4,339 years and 3 months. Bulma showed everyone the value on the calculator and sneered, unless you are immortal. There is no solution. Klin's face was ashamed. Sion has a universe spacecraft. In addition, when the gods came to Earth, they also took the universe spacecraft. You can ask Mr. Popo in the temple. Roger said, I think Mr. Popo should know the universe spacecraft. Specific location. Bulma and others all looked at Roger without blinking. What you said makes sense. Why do you know so much? Didn't we think of it? Sion's universe spacecraft is relatively fast and can be kept for use after Goku is restored. Namek's universe Fu spacecraft is relatively slow. You can make a simple modification and go to Namek. Roger ordered, in this way, send Goku first. Hospital, then go to the temple to find Mr. Popo. Roger, you are so good. Son Goku couldn't help but admire. Yeah Roger, I didn't expect you to plan so well. Klin was also full of praise. Boom. While talking, Oolong suddenly flew out from the position of the window. Ah, help me! Oolong shouted loudly, and hurriedly turned into a bird, chasing the plane desperately. How did he run out? Oolong, what are you doing? I don't know what's going on. I suddenly fell outside. After Oolong came back, he wiped his sweat hard and his heart beat faster. If this kind of moth thing happens again, I will stew you. Bulma shouted. Oolong was frustrated for a while. Am I sleepwalking? I am clearly sober. 10 minutes later. As Roger said, Bulma and others sent Son Goku to the hospital. Read more at fictionzone.net. Then, Bulma took Klin and went to the temple. Mr. Popo took Bulma, while Klin was flying in the sky. The three of them found a universe spaceship in an extremely cold area. Roger didn't follow. When Bulma was looking for the universe spaceship, Roger turned into a colorful flame, broke through the void, and appeared in the Grand Priest Hall. Roger, I did not misunderstand you. Over the years, your angel's power has been consumed a lot, and the realm of the true gods has been transformed. Grand Priest looked at Roger. Grand Priest, I'm here this time to see how that new universe is going. Roger asked. The new universe is not stable yet. Grand Priest said, however, if you really want to see it, you can. Then go take a look. Roger planned to take a look at the new universe first. At least, let's talk about it first. Hey! The Grand Priest waved his hand gently, and a spatial passage appeared out of thin air above the hall. The space channel is getting bigger and bigger. 1 minute later, Roger looked at the newly opened universe. Grand Priest, this universe, a bit small. Roger pondered. Not bad. Grand Priest nodded. It's too small. Are you kidding me? Roger glanced at the Grand Priest. The newly opened universes are so small and normal. Grand Priest smiled. There is only one soil lump, the total is 10,000 cubic meters. Roger looked disappointed and couldn't help sighing. According to Roger, the newly opened universe is only about 10,000 cubic meters. At the center of the universe is something that looks like a bump. The lumps of soil cannot yet be called planets. Ahem. This soil lump is the core of the universe. Grand Priest coughed and explained, generally, newly opened universes are just this big. Angel needs to use the realm of the true gods to expand the universe. Roger, you are not seventh. Is the universe's Earth experience? Under normal circumstances, a true god realm can expand a galaxy similar to the Milky Way. I believe you should know better than me how many planets there are in a galaxy. That said, I can now expand more than 180 galaxies. Roger thoughtfully. So, it's not enough. Grand Priest smiled. A universe must have at least 2 trillion galaxies similar to the Milky Way to be a true universe. 2 trillion, I don't have that many true god domains. Roger shook his head slightly. Besides, will the consumption of true god domain grow back? At present, the highest true god domain is Angel Kalun of the 8th universe. His true god domain is close to 800, and there is still a big gap between 800 and 2 trillion. Grand Priest said, in principle, the more true god domain is high, the faster recovery after consumption, the larger the universe will be expanded at the same time. Otherwise, how do you think the true god domain less than 800 can make a universe run normally? I'll try it. Roger nodded. Wait a minute. Grand Priest hurriedly said. Roger pretended not to hear, and suddenly, his true god realm burst out. Layers of invisible divine power, like a living elf, quickly spread in this new universe. With the blink of an eye, the universe, which was originally only about 10,000 cubic meters in size, suddenly became vast. Then, a small black planet was born. This planet is also the size of the King Star. Apart from that, there is nothing else. Grand Priest. Roger. Isn't it consuming a bit of true god realm to give birth to a galaxy? Why is there only one dark planet? Roger wondered. P.S. Each reward one person plus one more in the last 3 days. The last 3 days. The last 3 days. Asterisk. Chapter 38 Grand Priest, you are so stingy. This universe has not stabilized yet. You have consumed the realm of the true gods, and of course no galaxies will be born. Grand Priest covered his face and felt tired. All right, I just leave a memorial first. Roger nodded thoughtfully. Grand Priest stopped talking. To give the feeling of Grand Priest, this kid Roger was absolutely deliberate. You opened up such a dark planet, what do you do with those intern angels? Are you going to occupy this universe first? Grand Priest thinks Roger is too bad. As for the realm of true gods that can be used to expand new universe space, Can this kid not understand? Fortunately, it consumed a bit of true God realm, and now it has risen back. Roger nodded in satisfaction. The Grand Priest simply said nothing. Grand Priest, do you say that if I cultivate a supreme Kai now, can I give birth to life on that dark planet? Roger asked. The corner of Grand Priest's mouth twitched slightly. Do you really take this universe as yours? I prepared this for my daughter, okay? Suddenly remembered, Zeno-sama is looking for something to do with me. Grand Priest finished speaking and ran away in a hurry. Grand Priest knows that if this goes on, maybe this universe hasn't taken shape, it will be occupied by Roger first. Hey! After Grand Priest left, he waved his hand and drove Roger out of the new universe and closed the space channel of the new universe. Roger scratched his head. I just tried, how did you run? Besides, this universe will be mine sooner or later. Didn't you take care of me earlier? Maybe I can stabilize universe ahead of time. Roger shook his head. Grand Priest, you are so stingy. After Roger went back, he saw Bulma and Dr. Brives were transforming the universe spacecraft. Read more at fictionzone.net. Roger, where have you been? Bulma asked. Go and see a new universe. Roger groaned. Bulma stared, not wanting to say more about Roger's bragging problems. Roger, I'm going to Namek this time, you go with me. Bulma pouted. Almost 2 months? Sailing in the universe? Not going. Roger resolutely refused. How do you know it's 2 months? Bulma froze for a moment. There is nothing in the world that I don't know. Roger replied. Bulma stopped talking, can we not speak big words? However, Bulma just thinks that Roger is so handsome with his big talk and his self-confidence. It seemed that innocence had fallen, and he had that very indifferent look. It's like Goku is dead, Roger didn't take it seriously. Goku lost to Vegeta, and Roger was still not afraid. Bulma felt that although Roger was not a Z fighter, this kind of confident look could not be possessed by anyone other than Goku. No, not even Goku. Did Goku look a little desperate when he didn't see Raditz coming? I don't care, I want you to accompany me, otherwise I will sail in the universe for 2 months, I will suffocate. Bulma took Roger's hand and began to act like a baby. Let's talk. Roger broke free of Bulma's hand and slid off quickly. Sailing in the universe for nearly 2 months, too long. Roger even wanted to send Bulma to Namek himself. Roger flew over, only 10 minutes. Don't leave. Bulma shouted. Roger started to run. You come back. Bulma shouted. Roger won't go back, he ran faster. At night, Bulma stared at Roger angrily, stepping closer, his chest rising and falling. Bulma. Or you don't want to go to Namek, just let Klin and Gohan go. Roger said, actually, you go, it doesn't seem to be of any use. What if there is a problem with the universe spacecraft in space? I won't go, who will repair the universe spacecraft? In 2 months, who can guarantee that there is no problem with the universe spacecraft? What should I do if something goes wrong? Bulma said softly, but it is related to the fate of all mankind, do you know Roger? I can accompany you on the universe spaceship, but I have to have a separate room that can be locked. Roger thought for a while and replied. Of course there is no problem. Bulma nodded happily. That's it. Roger smiled. When the time comes to board the universe spacecraft, Roger locked the door and strayed directly, who knows? Bulma couldn't open the door, he must think he was sleeping in the room. However, now Roger is not considering the universe spacecraft. He is considering candidates for Supreme Kai and Gods of Destruction. Who should I choose? So tangled. 7 days later. The universe spacecraft has finally been transformed. In order to reassure Roger, Bulma deliberately took him to look at the separate room. In fact, it's not just Roger who has a separate room, but Bulma also has it. Of course, Klin and Son Gohan are double rooms. Okay, not bad. Roger nodded. When it's boring, just go around. Asterisk. Chapter 39 Target, Namek. That afternoon, Roger, Bulma, Klin, and Son Gohan set foot on the universe spaceship. Start, target Namek. Bulma pressed the ship's start button. Hey! Bulma, we haven't fastened our seat belts yet. Klin exclaimed. Call out. The universe spacecraft trembled slightly. In the blink of an eye, the universe spacecraft stabilized. Well, the spacecraft has already flown out of the atmosphere and entered the autopilot mode. Do whatever you like. Bulma prepared 2 sets of space suits, one for himself and one for Roger. It's just that Roger didn't wear it. Bulma was wearing a space suit, and seeing that Klin and Son Gohan were both dressed up in tourist attire, he was a little bit angry. Bulma simply went back to the room and changed into a sports outfit. Boom! Bulma threw out a universal capsule. Various foods are stored in the capsule. Roger, eat whatever you want. Bulma greeted. Yeah, you are so sensible. Roger nodded. Both Klin and Son Gohan couldn't help looking at Roger. We people, Roger dared to talk to Bulma like this. Klin lowered his voice. Haha, yes. Son Gohan nodded. You too, what are you talking about? Bulma heard the two murmur softly. We're saying, you look so good today. Klin laughed. By the way, you said, where did that shell go? Bulma thoughtfully, didn't it mean that planet Vegeta has been destroyed? Maybe, they have their own base. Klin groaned. Frisia Planet 79, read more at fictionzone.net. Vegeta left the Earth on the 18th day. Call out. A spherical mini-universe spacecraft pierced the sky and swiftly towards the planet's launch base. It's Mr. Vegeta's universe spacecraft. Go ahead and meet you. Boom. The universe spacecraft smashed into the launch base, and the base cushioned it. Crunch. The door of the universe spacecraft opens. The 2 younger brothers who greeted Vegeta took a closer look and found that Vegeta had a life ventilator on his nose. Quickly, Mr. Vegeta is injured, take it for treatment. Vegeta was carried to the treatment room and put into the treatment device. Vegeta's injury soon healed, and she got up and put on her armor. Mr. Vegeta, your detector. The little brother passed the detector with both hands. Give it to you. Vegeta said without looking back. At the same time, Vegeta was muttering in secret. Roger went to Earth? No wonder he has not been found for so many years. I will set off tomorrow and go to the Earth again. But having said that, this time I went to the Earth and the harvest was not bad. At least, my combat effectiveness has improved again. Damn Roger, don't you know why my combat effectiveness is slowly increasing? I don't have a suitable opponent, how can I improve my combat effectiveness as quickly as possible? As Roger said, Vegeta's combat power is only a little over 40,000. 25 years have passed. Vegeta's combat effectiveness has only increased by less than 10,000. It's not that Vegeta doesn't want to improve combat effectiveness, but that he hasn't had a suitable opponent over the years. Saiyan is strong when he is strong. Vegeta is like a large size 60+. Fighting among monsters below level 10 all day long, the experience points gained are too little and too little. In fact, from Vegeta's point of view, it is already very good that he can make progress today. As for challenging Frisia, since the last time Vegeta challenged Frisia and was hung up and beaten by Frisia, he was completely honest. No wonder Roger said that even Bardock is not Frisia's opponent. Even Super Saiyan is not an opponent of Frisia, and Vegeta is not confident that he can defeat Frisia. Why doesn't Vegeta want to become Super Saiyan? Vegeta tried it without success. Now that you know where Roger is, it's easy to say. Vegeta thoughtfully. Hi, Vegeta. At this moment, a voice rang behind Vegeta. Vegeta knew who it was and ignored it. Vegeta, this time you were injured not lightly. I don't know who caused the dignified Prince Scion to suffer such torture. Chuyi looked at Vegeta with a sarcasm and said with a chuckle, also, it looks like Nappa and Raditz. They are all dead, Scion, it seems that you are left with a single seedling. Vegeta didn't say a word. Vegeta, Lord Frieza already knows about your unauthorized actions. Chuyi said coldly. Valuable news, Lord Frieza has decided to treat you leniently. What valuable news? Vegeta was stunned. Asterisk. Chapter 40 Trainee Angel Russ. If this is done, Lord Frieza will be immortal. Chuyi laughed. What did you say? Could it be? Vegeta suddenly realized something. Namek. Chuyi looked at Vegeta with a smile. What? Vegeta was furious. Vegeta was going to find Dragon Ball. As long as you collect 7 Dragon Balls, you can make yourself immortal. With the immortal body, you can keep your body on the verge of death, and then rebirth, doubling the combat power. In this way, one day, I will surpass Frieza and Roger. Frieza is the life and death vengeance of the genocide. Vegeta didn't let Roger mean either. Get out of me and give me your nickname. When I am strong, I will get rid of you too. I call you Luo Gun Gun. Vegeta has forgotten that Roger once told him that using this approach of dying and rebirth to improve combat effectiveness is not a long-term solution. Vegeta turned into a white glow and flew quickly in the direction of the universe spaceship. Vegeta, you come back to me! Chuyi shouted angrily. Vegeta ignored it and plunged into the universe spaceship. Call out! The universe spacecraft broke through the void and moved fast in the direction of Namek. Damn it! You wait for me, Vegeta! Chuyi was furious and stepped onto the universe spacecraft to chase him. Roger is sleeping in the universe spacecraft at this time. Angel's life is so leisurely. However, at this moment, Roger suddenly sensed a huge divine power, and he was exiting near his universe spacecraft. Who is it? Roger woke up suddenly. This is a very strange breath of God. Roger left the room at that time, placed a barrier to prevent the air in the spacecraft from losing, and then opened the door of the universe spacecraft and flew out. Read more at fictionzone.net. As for Bulma, he is also resting in the room at this time. Klin and Gohan did not rest, and were practicing through meditation. Roger left the universe spaceship, the two of them didn't know it. As soon as Roger left the universe spacecraft, he saw a bright colorful flame gleaming in the distance. Roger looked away from a distance. Is a girl. Girl with yellow skin. The girl is so good looking. It can be said that the appearance of this girl is a bit of a disaster for the country and the people. Even Roger was a little sluggish. Female angel? Roger was stunned, and quickly sensed the angel's power emerging from the girl. Call out! The girl also found Roger floating in the starry sky, changed direction in the space, and came quickly. Hey! The girl dissipated the colorful light from her body and looked at Roger faintly. Hello, what is the location of the Galaxy Patrol headquarters, do you know? The girl asked politely. You're going the other way, fly over there for 10 minutes, and you'll see the Galaxy Patrol space station. Roger has basically guessed the identity of the other party. Female angel, among the intern angels, besides Grand Priest's daughter Russ, who else can there be? Moreover, among these intern angels, Roger has only seen Myers alone. 2 angels, Beirut and Sabe, Roger had never met. Generally speaking, after internship angel chooses a universe to experience, he rarely visits. Because it is not necessary. Angel has a rod and can talk across the universe. Who would be okay to cross from one universe to another universe, to chat with another angel? The direction is reversed. Ruoji scratched her head. I said I have been flying for several hours, why can't I see the Milky Way? the original direction is reversed. Roger smiled, guessing that if Russ went to the Galaxy Patrol headquarters, she should be looking for her brother Mel's. "Thank you, you are a good person," Rose thanked. "You're welcome," Roger replied. "I am Angel, I am the greatest god in the universe, and my dad is the Grand Priest who rules the universe of the universe. You help me, and I can fulfill any of your wishes," Rose said to Roger. Roger was startled slightly. Doesn't she know that she is also an angel? But it is possible to think about it. After all, Roger basically didn't release any angel's power or the realm of true gods, and it was normal that Ruosi couldn't sense it. Roger despised in his heart. "You are the daughter of the Grand Priest, do you show up everywhere?" "Really? I want a strawberry that can never be eaten, okay?" Roger pretended to be surprised. "Strawberries that can never be eaten?" Ruosi nodded her head. Although Ruosi is angel, she has no way to realize this wish. In fact, this wish is not difficult to achieve. As long as 7 Super Dragon Balls are collected and the Dragon of God is summoned, it can be realized. But, after working hard to get together 7 Super Dragon Balls, and then let the Dragon of God give a strawberry that can never be eaten? Ruosi believes that if this matter is let her father know, she will probably hang herself up. Ruosi had originally thought that the other party was just an ordinary and stronger human. Even if she had a wish, it would be a unified universe, a few planets, or some gold and silver jewelry. The ghost knows that you want a strawberry that you can never finish eating. For another, there are no strawberries this season, Ruoji said with a pretty face. P.S. Start adding more in the afternoon. Asterisk. Chapter 41 Let the universe be peaceful. An apple that can never be eaten, is there any? Roger asked with a hold of a smile. No strawberries this season? Who are you, stupid angel? Lie to. This is the universe space, how can there be seasons? You can't say that you can never finish it. Ruosi's face turned black, and then her eyes lit up. Yes, or else, I will give you an apple or strawberry from a planet. Too many, it breaks easily. Roger shook his head. I'll keep you fresh, Ruosi said. Forget it, you still help me make a wish to make the universe peaceful, so that the entire universe will never be destroyed or warped. Roger said. Russ. How can this be? No war? No damage? Non-existent. Gods of destruction does not work anymore? Gods of destruction does not destroy the planets. When the number of planets reaches a certain amount, the universe loses its balance. You don't need to wait for Zeno to erase it, and you will destroy it yourself. Don't you have any other wishes? Ruosi was not calm. Why don't you be my wife? From now on, I will have whatever wishes I want, saving it so much trouble. Roger proposed. Russ. The entire 7th universe seemed to be quiet. Read more at fictionzone.net. I am sincere. The first time I saw you, I was attracted by your beautiful appearance. Roger looked at Russ seriously. In fact, what Roger really meant was to say that this silly angel has only appearance and no connotation. Ahem. Let's discuss the strawberries that can never be finished. I will find a way. When I find it, I'll come to you. After Russ said this, she turned into a colorful streamer. Ran away. Hey, wait a minute. Roger shouted loudly. Ruoxi has disappeared. Roger wanted to tell her that she was going the other way. Roger smiled and shook his head. It was quite interesting to meet such a silly angel. Now that Roger had come out of the universe spacecraft, he simply went back to the Earth and started a food journey. Not to mention, eating food can also consume angels' power and increase the realm of true gods. No wonder Whis is a foodie. Angel is really a magical species. 1 hour later, Russ appeared at the Galaxy Patrol headquarters. Rose, welcome. Myers hurriedly came out to greet him. I heard that you are practicing in the 6th universe. Are you okay with my sister? Sister Vados takes care of me very much. Russ nodded. Where is Brother Wiss? Is there any special care for you? Brother Wiss, to be honest, I haven't seen Brother Wiss since I came to the 7th universe. Mel's laughed. Uncomfortable, I'll find him for you. Russ hummed. No need. Brother Wiss should be very busy. Myers doesn't matter, besides, Angel's experience is his own business. Some things are said to be too much, or special care is taken, but it is not good. Really? It's no wonder that after so many years, my Angel's power has only consumed 1,000 points. Russ groaned. It has consumed 1,000 points in 10 years, which is already very impressive. Myers praised, I have passed so many years, and there are more than 500 left, and my conversion rate is too low. My true God domain is only 25. It's so pitiful. I heard that Roger's true God realm is already 180. Humph, Roger, don't mention him to me. I'm really annoyed. Russ shouted angrily. What happened? Myers asked. I heard that he planted a planet in the new universe. Russ said angrily. A planet is planted in the new universe. Myers was stunned. Yes, he consumed a bit of the realm of true gods and gave birth to a planet. Myers, are you angry? Russ pursed her mouth. Ha ha ha, what happened to me? Mel's laughed, what a big deal? Besides, our two true gods may not be able to surpass Roger and the others. This newly opened universe should be missed by us. Originally, my father prepared this new universe for me. Russ clenched her pink fist. Oh? Master Grand Priest prepared Russ. Myers was stunned. The new universe that my father prepared specially for my birthday is for me to take over after practice. Russ exasperated. As a result, Roger said that there was an inside story and his father was not good at cheating. Master of the universe. My father has already planned. After 8 years, he secretly finds the Dragon of God to make a wish and raises my true God realm to the highest level. Myers stopped talking. Grand Priest is so good to you. I am a real son, why am I not treated like this? But... Roger planted a planet in the new universe. Unless he voluntarily eliminates it, or the universe has his mark, I will feel unhappy after taking over. Ruoji said with a bulging cheek. Asterisk. Chapter 42, The Milky Way is Gone, a reward for the first emperor. Myers smiled bitterly, not knowing what to say. Also, look at the color of my skin. Ruosi became more and more angry. Skin color, is there a problem? Myers said, we angel can change our skin color at will, and it's okay to change our appearance. Among angel, it seems that Roger and I are the only ones with yellow skin, and you are all blue. Russ clenched her fist. This isn't a big problem, I still have purple skin. Myers smiled, his face didn't matter. I heard that Roger's angel is so powerful that it has changed my skin, right? Rose looked at Myers and asked. I can't. I'm 2 years younger than him. If you want to change, I am the one who changes the skin color. Myers shook his head. No, you are already formed. When I became a fruit, I was changed by his angel's power. At the same time, I have so much angel's power. And there is more. If I have 10,000 angel, I won't say anything about the power of strength. The problem is that I only have 9,999, which is 1 point less than him. Blame him. Blame him. I am mad at me. The more she talked about it, the more angry she became, and she pursed her mouth. I also just found out recently, otherwise I would have come over to find him to settle the account. Haha, it's just 1 o'clock. Myers smiled. Brother Mel's, you don't understand. Every 9 bicamps, Don't look at it, it's only 1 point away, but it's a world of difference. Russ glared and corrected, it's like the realm of true gods. Is it better? Can't it? Not only can't, it's far from it. So, didn't you come to see me this time? You came to find Roger. Myers was so tired that he no longer struggled with this question, and he understood Russ's purpose. Yes, I heard that he is on the Milky Way Earth. Russ nodded. Yes, it's very close here, you can fly there in tens of seconds. Myers nodded. Okay, I'm going to find him now. I have to ask in person. Russ said in anger. Angel, you shouldn't be angry. Myers persuaded. Who said I was angry? I want to kill him. Russ stared. Myers, read more at fictionzone.net. By the way, Brother Myers, do you have a way to get strawberries that you can never finish eating? When Russ was about to set out, she suddenly thought of something and asked. Strawberries that can't be eaten forever? It's not easy. Although we are angel, there is no such kind of strawberry in the universe. I heard that the previous 18th universe has it. Unfortunately, the universe ecology has lost its balance. No longer exists. Myers shook his head. Where is the apple that can never be eaten? Rose asked again. It was also the 18th universe that produced these weird things. Unfortunately, the universe disappeared. Myers continued to shake his head and asked, what do you want this for? Are you still short of strawberries and apples? Oh, that's not it. Russ replied, your place is hard to find. I flew in the 7th universe for more than 3 hours. Later, I ran into a person on the road and pointed me the direction. It's hard to find this side. Why don't you contact me? Myers smiled bitterly. Father was worried that it would be difficult for me to control my angel power, so I sealed my scepter. Ruosi smiled bitterly. You mean, this person gave you directions, and then you found me? Myers understood. So, in order to repay him, you find strawberries that you can never finish eating. He asked me to make a wish. Rose nodded. Strawberries that can never be eaten, this is a bit difficult, you stupid sister, why would you easily agree to a human wish? Myers was a little bit distressed. That's right, that person also said. The first time he saw me, he was attracted by my beautiful appearance. When Rose said this, her face flushed. This is the first time someone has confessed to her. Ahem, he meant to say, you have no connotation. Myers laughed dryly. What are you talking about? Rose stared at Myers. I didn't say anything. Myers quickly denied. By the way, borrow your scepter to use it. You can help me find strawberries that I can never finish eating. Apples are fine. I found them and gave them to this person. Russ said, holding the scepter Melis had handed over. Angel's power emerged, to show Myers Roger's appearance. However, just when Rose's angel power emerged. Hey! Suddenly, the entire base of the Galaxy Patrol was turned into the dust of the universe. Myers' pupils shrank and his face became extremely ugly. You, what did you do? Myers hovered in the air, looking at the Galaxy Patrol who had completely disappeared, his face stiffened. Immediately afterwards, Myers looked around, his face becoming more ugly. It's not just the Galaxy Patrol, you give the entire galaxy. Myers stared. My angel's power is not well controlled. Wow! I didn't mean. Woo! Ruosi also knew that she was in trouble, so she burst into tears at the time. Well, I know you didn't mean it, I'll use the time to recover. Myers didn't know what to say. Anyone can destroy a galaxy. There is no one an angel. Hey! The light above the scepter bloomed, the power of angel emerged, and the skill of turning back in time was displayed. Oops! My true god's domain is too low. I can't turn back time. Myers sweats on his face, but there is nothing to do. Asterisk. Chapter 43 Whis, I have a silly sister, a reward for the perfect world. Ah? What should I do? How about? I try to use Angel's power, can I restore the galaxy? Rose asked eagerly. Sister. Angel's power is used for consumption and destruction. Do you still want the entire universe to be destroyed? Myers scolded, and then his eyes lit up. By the way, Roger should be able to, his true god realm is compared powerful. No, let me do it. At this moment, the two suddenly heard an unfamiliar voice sound. Hey! In a moment, time and space are distorted. In the blink of an eye, the disappearing galaxy also came back all at once. The Galaxy Patrol headquarters has returned to what it was just now. Brother Whis? Are you Brother Whis? Rose recognized. What a problem, child. Whis clutched his forehead, wondering what to say. If SI came to the Milky Way in the seventh universe, Whis was naturally clear. However, what Whis didn't expect was that Russ actually ruined the Milky Way. In desperation, Whis had no choice but to rush over, and personally show back the time and restore the Milky Way. I finally know why my father is sealing your scepter. Whis sighed. Brother Whis, you came just right, I'm looking for Roger. You take me there, I don't have a scepter, it's very troublesome to find. Rose looked at Whis and said quickly. How about finding Roger? Whis asked rhetorically. I want him to eliminate the dark planet in the new universe. Russ said. What if he refuses? Whis asked. Then I will bite him. Ruoji gritted her teeth. Violence can't solve the problem. Whis wiped his sweat and shook his head. Then you said, what should I do? Russ glanced at Whis, and felt that this elder brother was not good at all, not as good as Vado's sister. I knew I would bring Sister Vados. Whis wiped his sweat again, apparently seeing it. Read more at fictionzone.net. There was a moment of silence. Fine, I'll take you to find him, then don't talk, I have a way to let him remove the planet of the new universe willingly, and also leave him speechless. Whis made up his mind and smiled mysteriously. Laugh. Really? Great. Ruoxi exclaimed excitedly. Remember, don't get angry. Even if you encounter something irritating, you must have a normal heart. This is the nature of our angel. Whis explained to Russ. Well, remember. Ruoxi nodded solemnly. Myers, come on, too. Whis greeted, you are my brother, you come to my universe to experience, I haven't taken care of you yet, I hope that through Roger's incident, you will learn something, so that you can consume all Angel's power as soon as possible. Yes, Brother Whis. Myers nodded excitedly. Go. The Whis trio turned into 3 colorful streamers and headed straight towards the Earth. Roger happened to be on Earth at this time. Just now, if Russ destroyed the Milky Way, the Earth where Roger was located naturally no longer exists. At this moment, Roger was also a little confused. Roger is tasting food. As a result, in the blink of an eye, I ran into the universe. Roger was taken aback. But Roger quickly calmed himself down and looked at what happened through Angel's scepter. Roger is really speechless, it turned out that this silly angel made it. Roger was going to turn back time, but before he could use it, he realized that time and space had been distorted. Roger guessed that Angel is already turning back time. So he doesn't have to bother to do it himself. Roger knew that if he could turn back time, the 7th universe had no other angel except himself and Whis. Myers is choking, but the realm of true gods is not enough. In an instant, Roger returned to the restaurant. The entire Earth, and even the entire Milky Way, seemed to have never disappeared, not the slightest difference from before. Hey? Whis is here. Myers is here too? And Rose? What are the 3 of them looking for? Roger quickly sensed that the breath of the three Wis was coming toward him. Roger sat quietly in the restaurant, enjoying the food. Swish! The three of them suddenly appeared opposite Roger when there was no one. Hey? You are not. After seeing Roger, Russ widened her eyes and said to Wis and Myers, Brother Wis, Brother Myers, he is the one who helped me. Yes. I went to Brother Wis and helped me find strawberries that I could never finish eating. I found it as a thank you to him. Wis covered his face, not wanting to speak. Myers wiped his sweat. This silly sister. What's the matter? Is there anything wrong? Rose was stunned. Rose, who are we looking for? Myers asked. Roger, what's the matter? Rose said affirmatively, Brother Wis, would you take me to thank this person first, and then go to Roger? P.S. Your reward is too strong. Suddenly I remembered tragically that the book has not yet been signed. The contract is still on the way. In this extraordinary period, I don't know when it will be in the hands of the editor, and it will still have to be approved. Postpone the increase, but you can still do 6 chapters per day during the free period. I will make up for the rewards and more in the later period. Carry your own pot. Reward plus more, there are still the last 2 days. Asterisk. Chapter 44 Roger, I bit you. Have you not met Roger? Myers asked. I have seen his divine fruit, I haven't seen it since I was an adult. Rose shook her head, perhaps I have seen it, but I have no impression. Come on, sit down, sit down. Roger suffocated his smile and greeted him quickly. Wis had to sit down with his face covered. Wis really didn't want to admit that Russ was his sister. Why are you so stupid? Could it be that the moment when the fruit bears, the power of Roger's angel shakes his mind? Myers felt tired too, and simply sat down, not knowing what to say. Hey, I said I want to thank you, don't worry, I'm Angel, I'm the one who talks. You want strawberries that you can never finish, I will get them for you. Russ looked at Roger. Road. I suddenly remembered that our universe has a planet called Namek. Humans on the planet have a magical ability to make wishing beads. Wis smiled, the reason why they can make wishing beads is also because a long time ago, they searched the fragments of the wishing star. I believe that through the wishing beads, they can find strawberries that can never be eaten. Ah? Really? Then let's go to Namek. Russ looked excited. Cough. Wis coughed. Oh, I'm here to find Roger. Rose suddenly came back to her senses. Are you looking for me? Roger pretended to be surprised. It's not for you, it's for Roger. Forget it, you don't know. Rose glanced at Roger. Wis continued to cover his face. Myers smiled bitterly. This sister is not an ordinary silly. At this moment, the whole world is quiet. There was a short silence. Russ patted the table and stood up, glaring at Roger. Read more at fictionzone.net. You are Roger. Rose stared at Roger angrily. Roger nodded. I bit you. Rose rushed towards Roger, and took a bite on Roger's shoulder. Crack. Roger's angel power was released slightly. Just heard Russ's exclamation, several teeth were broken at that time. You. Ruosi was so angry that she bullied her chest up and down. As for the broken teeth, they recovered quickly. Angel's recovery ability is still very strong. However, Roger had his teeth broken just like that. Ruosi has no face? Why bit me? You just lost your teeth. You see that my shoulders are bleeding. Roger lifted his neckline, and there were 2 rows of teeth marks on his shoulders, red blood oozing out. Shameless. Ruoxi stared. Who are you lie to? Bleeding? Is Angel bleeding so easily? Ahem. Russ, calm down. Wis couldn't stand it anymore. What a group of problem children. Russ is. Myers 2. Roger. Wiss feels tired. Roger is the best among problem children. Hearing Wiss' words and seeing Wiss winking at herself, Russ sat down angrily. Rose, look at Roger helping you in the universe, so that you can find Myers smoothly. Otherwise, with your sense of direction, I'm afraid it will take a month. Wiss said this with his eyes. Instructed Ruosi not to speak, as long as she listened patiently. Ruosi wanted to get angry, but she was not so stupid that she couldn't even understand this, so she snorted without saying a word. Since Roger helped you, you promised him a strawberry that he could never finish eating, right? Wiss asked again. If I knew he was Roger, I bite him. Russ grinned her teeth with anger. You have to do what you promised, whether he is Roger or not. Wiss patted his forehead. A little regretful for helping Russ. Well, Brother Wiss, what do you think? I'll listen to you. Russ nodded. Then, we will use Namex wishing beads to realize the wish of the strawberry that will never be eaten. Wiss smiled and looked at Roger and asked, what do you think? Roger. Roger figured it out. Wiss is here waiting for himself. Wiss should know that he lives with Bulma and that Bulma is heading to Namek to find Dragon Ball. At this time, I got together the Dragon Ball to realize my wish. It was not impossible, I always felt as if it was calculated by Wiss. Don't be so troublesome. The earth also has wishing beads. It was a wishing bead made by a Namek man who came to the earth a long time ago. Roger smiled, but the Namek man is dead, and Wiss resurrected him. The wishing beads are also resurrected, why bother to run to Namek? Oh? I don't know how the Namek man died. Wiss asked curiously. You can see for yourself. Roger laughed. Asterisk. Chapter 45 Wiss, if you have something, just speak straight. Okay. Wiss nodded, and there were projections on the scepter in his hand. In the projection, it is the situation where Vegeta and Nappa descend on the earth to fight. The projection will be finished soon. The Wiss trio also had a general understanding of what happened on Earth. That said, Miss Bulma is currently heading to Namek, planning to find Dragon Ball to bring Piccolo back to life. Piccolo and the gods are the same person. One person will be resurrected, and the other will also be resurrected. Wiss pondered, now I am. If the gods are resurrected, Miss Bulma will be in vain. Roger looked at Wiss, not knowing what he wanted to do. Roger simply didn't speak. Well, let's take a look at Namek's situation first, and by the way, can Miss Bulma find the Dragon Ball smoothly? Wiss said, on the scepter in his hand, a huge planet immediately appeared. Frisia ETL. Is it Frisia? Myers recognized it at a glance. Well, Frisia, known as the Emperor of the Universe, is also in Namek. Ms. Bulma is probably too bad this time. Of course, if Roger also goes to Namek, Ms. Bulma won't be in danger. Wiss smiled and looked at it. Roger didn't say any more. Wiss, you don't have to go around in circles, just say it. Roger said irritably. Okay, then I'll be straightforward. Wiss smiled and said, Roger, how about we make a bet? Talk about it. Roger smiled. In the beginning, these are all for the preparation of this sentence. Frisia is looking for Dragon Ball, Bulma, and they are also looking for Dragon Ball, including Vegeta. Let's bet on who of these three parties will find Dragon Ball and realize their wishes. Wiss smiled slightly and added, the premise is that we cannot intervene, otherwise the intervening party will lose. What about the stakes? Roger asked. My sister Russ really likes the newly born universe. If Roger loses, please eliminate the planet where the new universe was born. At the same time, this new universe belongs to my sister Russ. What do you think? Wiss looked calm. Looked at Roger. Roger suddenly realized that it turned out that Wiss had said so much and spared such a big circle for the new universe. What if I win? Roger smiled. The new universe belongs to you, Russ abstained. Whis said. The new universe was originally mine, don't bet. Roger shook his head, read more at fictionzone.net. Shameless. Ruoxi stared. Actually, Roger is right. According to Roger's current increase in the true God realm, the ownership of the new universe is indeed not a big problem. Whis nodded and asked Roger, so, what do you want? Or, give you a gift? The wish of the Dragon of God. No need. Roger shook his head. Tell me, what do you want? Whis smiled. Roger thought for a while, and looked at Whis' angel scepter. Whis couldn't help but twitched, and hurriedly received Angel's scepter into his own different space. The child with this question actually wants his own angel scepter? Don't you have a scepter? What do you think of me? Whis suddenly had a bad feeling. Whis, you said we are all angels. Is there anything we want in this universe? Except for the new universe. Roger smiled. Whis did not speak. If that's the case, then we have nothing to talk about. Roger said, getting up to leave. Whis looked at Myers and blinked at him. Use mine, my angel scepter is not very useful now. Myers understood. Yours. Roger sighed. Myers was a little aggrieved. It seems that my angel scepter is disgusted. There was a moment of silence. Okay. Roger reluctantly agreed. Myers wanted to cry. Is my angel scepter so unwelcome? Okay, then, it's so happy to settle down. Whis smiled slightly, we are all gods, there is no need to impose written restrictions. Namek is a total of 3 forces looking for Dragon Ball. One is Earthling, one is Vegeta, and the other is Frisia Legion. Will they finally realize their wishes? Roger pondered, well, I will choose first, I will choose Bay. I bet that Vegeta will get all the Dragon Balls and fulfill my wishes. Rose said first. Rose, you're not authentic. Roger stared, you have to have a come first, don't you? I don't care, you are slow. Anyway, I will choose first, he he he. Ruosi seemed to be a proud little princess, so please don't mention how happy she is at this moment. If Russ chooses, does it represent the two of you? Roger asked. This is a bet between you and Rose. She chose her naturally. Whis smiled. Roger laughed. Roger saw it just now, and Whis gave Russ a voice. It seems that Whis wants to choose Vegeta to get Dragon Ball and realize his wish. You make me really embarrassed, who should I choose? Roger sighed, I wanted to choose Vegeta, anyway, he is considered half of my apprentice. I chose first, you can't choose any more. Ruosi was very proud. Asterisk. Chapter 46 Brother Whis, why did you choose Vegeta? The Earthlings and Frisia are left. You make me entangled. Roger scratched his head with a reluctant expression on his face. Quickly choose. Ruosi urged. Well, I choose the Earthling. Roger said. Ha ha ha, Earthlings? The Earthlings are the weakest. I think you can still win if you choose Frisia. Rose said with a grin. Roger did not speak. You said that you guys are going to bet on this stuff, why don't you ask Supreme Kai to take a look in the future? So, from now on, none of the 3 of us must intervene on Namek, otherwise it will be considered cheating. Myers and I will intervene and it will be regarded as Russ cheating. Whis said. Bulma also asked me to accompany her to find Dragon Ball. Roger was upset. It's okay to protect Miss Bulma, but only to protect her life. Looking for Dragon Ball can't give her instructions, or it's cheating. Whis smiled. Okay, that's it. Roger nodded. Then, let's go first, and when the Earthlings arrive at Namek, we will see you again. Whis greeted. Don't worry, where are the strawberries you can never finish eating? Roger asked. The corner of Whis's mouth twitched. Why did you forget the strawberries? Roger, if I knew it was you, I wouldn't agree to your wish. Rose stared at Roger angrily. Since you have agreed, you should keep your promise. Roger's expression was flat. I. Rose was angry again. Forget it, I don't want strawberries that I can't finish eating forever. Roger looked at Russ up and down. You, what do you want to do? Russ felt like her body was seen through by Roger. When I'm a servant for a day, the strawberries are free. Roger said. No. Ruoxi yelled. Ahem. Strawberry matter, I will find a way. Whis coughed, let's leave first. Call out. Read more at fictionzone.net. After Whis finished speaking, he pulled Rose and Myers into a colorful flame, which disappeared in a flash. Hey, Whis, nothing to eat. Roger shouted. No, you are still on the sacred tree while I am enjoying the food. Whis's voice came from afar. Roger shook his head. Look scared you. You have missed the food on Earth. I am afraid it will be 10 years later. This poor Whis. Roger ignored it and continued to enjoy the food in this luxurious restaurant. Also, Roger felt it this time. Ruoxi's angel power is 9,999, which is 1 point away from herself. It's not what Myers said, Russ's angel power is 10,000, the same as her own. Even though there is only 1 point difference, there is a huge difference between 9,999 and 10,000. Just like the realm of true gods, 99 to 100, 100, and 99 to 200, 299 to 300. Every leap is a qualitative ascent. If 1 to 99 are 99 numbers, then 99 to 100 is not only one number, but 99.01 and 99.02 are also counted. If you understand this number as a breakthrough and advancement, it will be clearer. So, what do the angel power and true God realm mean respectively? The strength of angel is equivalent to a special calculated value of combat power. The realm of true gods is equivalent to all kinds of weird celestial arts, such as resurrecting people, turning back time, healing, changing appearance, helping children. The experience is to consume angel's power and transform it into the realm of true gods through the consumed angel's power. So, after all the angel's power is consumed, does the strength become weaker? It's not true. Angel's power is finalized as soon as he reaches adulthood. For example, Roger has 10,000 points of angel's power, and only points are consumed. Roger's own power will not be consumed. Of course, after the realm of true gods reaches a certain height, it can also make up for the relatively low strength of angel. Moreover, under normal circumstances, angel does not need to fight. As for the betting, well, without anyone interfering, can Vegeta get a Dragon Ball? It seems unlikely. Although history has undergone some small changes because of Roger, the general direction remains the same. This point can basically be confirmed in everything that has happened since Roger came to the Earth. For example, the Red Ribbon Legion, Tao Bibai, Garen Immortal, Crane Immortal, Tien Shinyan and Dumpling, Piccolo Daimao, Celestial God, etc., these characters have hardly changed. The only thing that changed was Bulma. After all, Roger had been eating and drinking at Bulma's house. Of course, only Bulma's boyfriend changed. Because of Roger's relationship, Bulma is not with Leaping. For the rest, little change. It's just that what Roger doesn't understand is why did Whis let Russ choose Vegeta? In the distant starry sky, the three of Whis, Myers, and Rose are moving fast. Brother Whis, why should I choose Vegeta? Can the one named Vegeta really get Dragon Ball and fulfill his wishes? Rose asked. P.S. Dragon Ball, the strongest teacher has 2.2 million words. It's fat and can be slaughtered. Click on the author's name to see it. Asterisk. Chapter 47 Biting and Biting, You Bite Out Your Feelings, reward and add more for the perfect world. Ah! Whis covered his mouth and smiled. I followed Roger a long time ago. He came to the 7th universe when he was an adult and chose Scion's planet Vegeta to experience, and he took good care of Vegeta. It's a pity that he not very lucky, planet Vegeta was destroyed by Frisia. For this reason, Roger deliberately took Vegeta to find King Kai and asked King Kai to train Vegeta. That said, Roger takes this Vegeta very seriously. Myers smiled slightly. Yes, Roger himself said that Vegeta is equivalent to Roger's half of his apprentice. Whis said confidently, so, do you think that this Dragon Ball contest, the final winner, who will be? It must be Vegeta. Brother Whis, you are so smart. Russ suddenly realized that she looked at Whis with admiring eyes. Ah! Whis covered her mouth and laughed. Rose, don't get angry easily in the future, Angel shouldn't be angry. Also, many things can be solved without violence, such as this matter, if you do really fight Roger. Do you think you can beat him? I can kill him. Russ grinned her teeth. I'm afraid you bite and bite, biting out your feelings. Myers whispered. What are you talking about? Russ said angrily. Myers looked up at the sky, pretending not to speak. Ahem, although you are only 1 point behind Roger's angel strength, there is a world of difference between 9,999 and 10,000. Every 9 must pass. You know this better than me. Whis coughed and continued. However, we can get the universe back by gambling. Well, it makes sense. Brother Whis is still facing me. Russ nodded. Then, let's go to Master Beerus' planet for tea first, and we will leave for Namek in a few days. Whis greeted with a smile. Brother Whis, Roger can't cheat, right? Rose was worried. No, really cheating, I will see it. Whis smiled. Then, Brother Whis, can Roger see if you cheat? Russ lowered her voice. Whis covered his face, not wanting to speak. Whis is tired. Whis really felt that when Angel was so tired. What a group of problem children. Read more at fictionzone.net. I am the second angel in the angel rankings. It would be shameful to cheat for this. Roger stayed on the Earth for another 2 days before it turned into a colorful flame and swiftly swept toward Bulma's universe spaceship. When Roger opened the door of the universe spacecraft and walked into the spacecraft, he saw Bulma drinking juice and looking at him. Klin and Son Gohan seemed to be too tired of practicing and were resting in the room. Roger? When did you go there? Am I drunk? Can I get drunk even if I drink juice? Bulma rubbed his eyes. I remember you slept in the room. It's boring in the spacecraft. I got some air outside. Roger smiled. Bulma had gotten used to Roger's boasting and simply shook his head and continued to drink juice. The days on the universe spacecraft are too boring. At least, Bulma felt a little bit irresistible. I don't know how many days have passed. On this day, Namek finally arrived. During this time, Roger ran out a few more times, hurried to Namek before returning. Snapped. The universe spacecraft landed on Namek. Great, it's finally here. Bulma was so excited. First of all, I want to check the air composition of Namek first. If there is enough oxygen, we don't need to use an oxygen mask. But it can save a lot of money. Trouble. Saying this to himself, Bulma glanced and saw Roger, Kling, and Son Gohan outside the spacecraft. Bulma almost fainted to the ground. Bulma got off the universe spaceship angrily. Do you know what the consequences of leaving the universe spaceship without permission? Bulma said angrily with his arms folded. Klin and Son Gohan scratched their heads and smiled bitterly. Bulma, I think we set foot on Namek's land before her. Klin lowered his voice. There was a short silence. This is Namek. There are 3 suns in the sky. Bulma looked around curiously, and then said, Right, take a look, is there a Dragon Ball on this planet? Clin quickly took out the Dragon Ball radar. Beep. On the Dragon Ball radar, 7 shining dots were quickly displayed. I have a reaction, there really is a Dragon Ball. Great! Bulma shouted excitedly. Piccolo and they can be resurrected. Clin was also very happy. Yet. Son Gohan nodded vigorously. Hey! Hey! At this moment, 2 aliens appeared high above the sky, silently looking at Roger and others. Clin, Son Gohan, and Bulma were quiet. This, doesn't it mean that there are only Namek like Piccolo on Namek? Who are they? A strange face. Bulma grabbed Roger's arm tightly in fright. Asterisk. Chapter 48 has begun. Come to Namek? Add more for Half-Life rewards. Roger looked up at the sky. Through the atmosphere above space, Roger saw Whis and Rose suspended high above the sky. Myers did not come, presumably something was going on. Cheating is a puppy. Russ transmitted voice. It's the puppy that bites. Roger replied. You. Russ gritted her teeth. Below Whis and Russ, about 10 meters above the ground, 2 aliens hovered in the air, looking at the 4 of Roger. These 4 poor worms, their combat effectiveness is too low. Maybe it's a tourist, right? What should I do? Do you want to kill them? Didn't your Lord Frisia say it? Kill all those who have nothing to do with Dragon Ball. Is that their universe spaceship? Destroy their universe spaceship first so that they can't escape. Call out. A flame of energy burst out from the hands of one of the aliens. Boom. The flame of energy directly penetrated the core of the universe spacecraft. Suddenly, the universe spacecraft burst out of blue smoke, which was completely destroyed. Bulma's legs trembled with fright, and he was about to lie on Roger's body. Don't be afraid, there is me. Roger patted Bulma on the back. Gohan, breathe out, these 2 guys are nothing. Clin said. Yes, Uncle Clin. Son Gohan nodded. Boom. The breath of the 2 erupted, and they rushed towards the 2 aliens. Boom. With 2 muffled noises, the 2 aliens were solved by Clin and Son Gohan, one by one. Ha ha ha, victory! Great job! Clin and Son Gohan high five. Not good at all. Bulma said angrily. Clin and Son Gohan shut up quickly. It's over, the universe spaceship is broken, there is no way to return to Earth, you. Bulma's tears fell, read more at fictionzone.net. Clin and Son Gohan looked at each other. Clin winked at Roger, meaning that Roger would help persuade Bulma. Roger was indifferent. Call out. At this moment, I saw a spherical universe spaceship falling rapidly in the distance. That is the universe spaceship. Why do you look familiar? Clin's face changed color. Yes, it's Bay's billowing universe spaceship. Son Gohan trembled with fright. Ah? Be rolling? Has he come to Namek? Bulma was terrified and grabbed Roger tightly, wishing to be one with him. Too terrifying. This is terrible. Has begun. Come to Namek? Goku is still in the hospital. This is how to do? This, maybe it is similar to the universe spacecraft, not Begum Gun. Clin said more optimistically. I hope so. Bulma nodded. Call out. Just when the 3 of them were surprised, another universe spacecraft descended from the sky. Another spaceship. Clin exclaimed. It's over. This is terrible. Are we going to die from abroad? Bulma's tears fell. I think, I want to, go and see. Son Gohan tremblingly proposed. Gohan, hide your breath immediately. Clin said quickly. The 2 hid their breath and moved carefully in the direction of the universe spaceship. Roger, let's find a place to hide first. Bulma took Roger and hid behind a rock. Crunch! The door of the Universe spacecraft opened and Vegeta walked out of the spacecraft. Klin and Son Gohan turned pale when they saw that Pei rolled out. There was confidence in Vegeta's face. Crunch! The door of another Universe spacecraft opened and Chu Yi stepped out from inside. Vegeta, wash your neck and wait for slaughter. Chu Yi sneered. Chu Yi. If you want to come and die by yourself, I have to fulfill you. Vegeta chuckled. Vegeta, you should be optimistic about your combat effectiveness. My combat effectiveness far exceeds yours. Chu Yi said, already flying to the opposite side of Vegeta. Combat power? I'll let you see and see, the new abilities I learned on Earth. Vegeta smiled. What ability? Is it the ability to escape? Chu Yi chuckled. It's the ability to control combat power at will. Vegeta smiled slightly, and the breath burst out suddenly. Boom! Chu Yi's detector exploded at that time. Chu Yi's face became very ugly, and his pupils shrank together. How? How do you feel? Vegeta looked at Chu Yi grimly. Impossible. This is impossible. The detector must be broken. Chu Yi's face turned blue with fright. The next moment, Chu Yi turned around and ran without hesitation. Vegeta's right index finger and middle finger were brought together, and an invisible energy burst out. Boom! With a bang, Chu Yi turned into a cloud of blood at that time, and he couldn't die anymore. Hey, self-righteous idiot! Vegeta smiled contemptuously. I learned how to control combat power with Roger a long time ago. I just didn't bother to kill you. I have to follow to die. Klin and Son Gohan were terrified, and quickly slipped away quietly. Asterisk. Chapter 49 Vegeta is scared away. It's really Vegeta. What to do? Klin asked. He looks stronger than before. Up until now, I can only find a way to fix the Universe spacecraft and take Goku over. Bulma suggested. But, it takes 4 months to go back and forth. Klin shook his head. When we come back again, I'm afraid Bei Gungun will have collected all the Dragon Balls and fulfilled his wish. Maybe by then, Bei Gungun it will kill Shenron or the Namek people who made Dragon Ball. Then, what do you say? Bulma had no idea at all. I can only stay and try my luck. Klin suggested. Whatever, stay if you want to stay, Roger, you accompany me to find a hidden place, let's hide it first. Bulma thought for a while and said to Roger, Roger and I are different from you, yourself. Be careful, don't roll that shell to our side. Kellen and Son Gohan nodded solemnly, took out the Dragon Ball radar, and planned to secretly search for the Dragon Ball. Not far away. Vegeta was silent for a moment. Frieza is also looking for Dragon Ball. I am not his opponent yet, try to avoid him. Vegeta muttered to himself, however, as long as I have an immortal body, I can resurrect without limit and increase my combat effectiveness. Humph! Humph! At that time, what Super Saiyan Burdock, what Frieza, you will all be trampled under my feet by my Vegeta. Vegeta almost screamed from the sky, as if the Dragon Ball was already his. Hey! I really want to sense that there is a faint breath. It's nearby. Did I sense the problem? Vegeta suddenly sensed that there was a very weak breath not far from him. Vegeta thought for a while and decided to take a look. Call out. Vegeta came quickly towards Roger. The breath that Vegeta senses is exactly that of Bulma. At present, Klin and Son Gohan have been able to control their combat effectiveness to 0 after practicing. There is no breath in Roger's body, he uses divine power. Of course, Roger can also release his breath, but it is not necessary. However, Bulma hasn't practiced before, and he still has a bit of aura, as long as he feels it carefully, he can feel it. Hey! The straight line distance between the two sides is about 100 meters. Vegeta appeared opposite Roger and the others in an instant. Klin was dumbfounded. Son Gohan was dumbfounded. Bulma was dumbfounded. The three of them were dumbfounded. Read more at fictionzone.net. Then, the three of them were stunned to see that Bei Gun looked dumbfounded. Even Bei Gun shivered. Can Vegeta not be dumbfounded? Can Vegeta not tremble? Vegeta was really terrified. Why did you meet Roger here? Why? Vegeta had no face to see Roger. Last time Roger said, after defeating Kakarot, go see him again. As a result, Vegeta lost to the inferior fighter Kakarot, and lost badly. Vegeta looked at Roger with trepidation. Even if I want to meet Roger, I will realize my wish of being immortal. Seeing him now, isn't he going to FK me again? Vegeta just looked at Roger tremblingly. Bulma, Klin, and Son Gohan also looked at Vegeta tremblingly. Both sides are shaking. There was a full silence for about 10 seconds. Roger yawned. Call out. Vegeta was frightened, and hurriedly turned into a white glow, which disappeared in a flash. It wasn't until a few kilometers away that Vegeta was panting heavily, and the cold sweat on her face slipped from her face. After a moment of sluggishness, Vegeta was a little confused. Is that person really Roger? Why? Why didn't he get rid of me? Why? Why don't you get rid of me? Vegeta is at a loss. This is not Roger's style. Vegeta really wanted to leave this planet immediately. However, Vegeta still thinks Dragon Ball is more important after weighing the pros and cons. Otherwise, every time he meets Roger, he is frightened, and Prince Saiyan loses his face. No, I want to find the Dragon Ball. Vegeta bared his teeth. Get out of me, you can't die anyway. Far away. The three of Bulma, Klin, and Son Gohan stared wider than the other. The three looked at each other, a little bit overwhelmed. Bei is rolling away? But why? I found that Bei Gun was very scared after seeing us. Klin said in a deep thought. Well, I saw his body trembling. Son Gohan nodded. I was not scared by Bulma. I heard that when Leaping saw Bulma for the first time, his whole body was trembling. Klin guessed, I knew this. When Vegeta went to Earth, let Bulma go, just stop there and don't have to go to Goku. Boom. Bulma turned black and knocked Klin down. Asterisk. Chapter 50 Whis, is it going to lose? In the sky. What a silly earthling. Rose saw this scene and shook her head helplessly. Don't they know? Vegeta was scared away by Roger. Whis glanced at Russ, but didn't say a word. You seem to be quite stupid. Stupid sister, silly sister. Ahem, don't you see anything? Whis coughed, reminding him. See what? Ruosi puzzled. Roger scared Vegeta away. Whis reminded again. Well, I saw it. Rose nodded seriously, and stopped speaking. Whis doesn't speak anymore. What a silly sister. Is it really because of Roger's angel's power that his head was smashed? 1 minute later. Ah. I know. Roger is cheating. Russ suddenly woke up and exclaimed. Whis covered his face. Did you react? If it weren't for me to supervise here, maybe you would lose everything in your body to Roger, right? Roger, you come up. Russ transmitted voice. Roger looked up at the sky. What's the matter? Roger passed the voice lightly. You cheated, you scared Vegeta away. Russ said, so, I won. Don't make trouble, I didn't say anything, I didn't do anything, he scared him away. If I count it as cheating, you two are suspended in the sky, and it affects Namex climate. Roger truthfully, you said, the climate has been affected, will it change their minds? For example, it didn't rain today, because it rained because of your presence. Do you think they were in a bad mood looking for Dragon Ball? What he said makes sense. Rose looked at Whis. Read more at fictionzone.net. Whis simply ignored Ruoxi. There was silence for 10 seconds. Well, let's go back in time. 3 minutes ago, Roger, you find a chance to leave the team of people on Earth. Whis proposed. All right. Roger didn't object. Roger was wondering, how could Vegeta suddenly come over? In the history of Zheng Bajing, Vegeta will not pay attention to Bulma. At least when he first came to Namek, Vegeta didn't meet with Son Gohan. It was not until several days later that Vegeta knew that Son Gohan and the others had come to Namek. Roger guessed that it might be because of his appearance that caused history to change. Hey! Whis used the cycle of time and went back 3 minutes ago. 3 minutes ago, it happened that Vegeta killed Chu Yi and was considering the Dragon Ball. Bulma sighed. It's really Vegeta. What to do? Klin asked. He looks stronger than before. Up until now, I can only find a way to fix the universe spacecraft and take Goku over. Bulma suggested. But, it takes 4 months to go back and forth. Klin shook his head. When we come back again, I am afraid that Bei Gungun will have collected all the Dragon Balls and fulfilled his wish. Maybe that time, Bei Gungun it will kill Shenron or the Namek people who made Dragon Ball. Then, what do you say? Bulma asked, seeing Roger walking away at a glance. Hey, what are you going to do? Roger. Go to the toilet, you are free. After Roger finished speaking, he turned into a colorful flame while the three of them didn't notice him, and appeared beside Whis and Russ in a flash. Whis nodded, saying hello. Rose watched Roger grind his teeth. I'm here this time, and it's boring to talk about cheating. Roger said lightly, with this time, it's better to consume more angels' power and transform into the realm of true gods. Since Roger has come up, it's not cheating. Whis smiled. This is also because we didn't say hello in advance. So, from now on, you can be in contact with Bulma, and you can also be with the Earth. Contact with people, but you can't have direct contact with Vegeta or Frieza. Also, you can't reveal your identity. You can only continue to be an ordinary person. Is that okay? There are too many rules and regulations to stop playing. Roger shook his head. Don't, or else, I will put my angel scepter. Ruosi was anxious. Shut me up. Whis was so angry that his nose was crooked. Do you want to use your scepter as a bet? Roger, no matter how you think about it, we are very sincere. We are also looking for a more fair game of Dragon Ball, right? Whis said with a serious face. Well, for the sake of your sincerity, I will reluctantly agree. Roger sighed and nodded reluctantly. Whis feels so tired. It seems that there are wrinkles on the face. Whis felt that next time he said nothing to help this silly sister with these silly things. It's all right now, and you have to be careful of Meyer's scepter. That's not right. Why do I think I will lose? Whis suddenly felt that he must have been thinking too much. The dignified angel, the second in the angel rankings, how could I lose to an apprentice angel? I must be thinking too much. Asterisk.